And we now are at item 13. It is a resolution authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute a professional services agreement with Snyder Electric to provide professional services for design, build, maintenance services represented in Phase 2 of the City and Port Joint Domain Awareness Center project. I am showing 74 speakers on the item. This also, of course, includes amendments from the January 28th Public Safety Committee.
All right. So we're going to spend quite a while on this item. Do we have staff to make a presentation of what we are voting on tonight?
While they look for people, are there many speakers on the next item? It seems staff didn't think it was going to happen this quickly, and they're trying to find people.
Well,
item 15.
No, that's going to be a little bit more of a discussion, and I don't think it's going to require anybody to stay late. So let's stick with this item.
Certainly.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Begg, back.
Thank you very much.
So could you clarify what's been approved so far, what is being asked to be approved tonight? That the item is of great public interest, and I think there are a lot of facts floating around, and it'd be good to clarify what we're actually voting on. All right. Okay.
Good evening, President Cunningham and members of the City Council. Asan Beg from Department of Information Technology, and I'm here to present the staff report with the other staff, City and Port staff members. We will be using a brief presentation to go over the key topics related to the Domain Awareness Center Phase 2 project. We
Mr.
are
Beg,
seeking...
Could you hold on? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Members of the audience, so we're going to be here for a long time. Everybody who wants to speak will be allowed to speak if you filled out a speaker card. We're going to very respectfully listen to the opinion of everybody here, and so I'm asking that everybody accord the same respect to all speakers, regardless of whether you agree with them or not. So I mean, this is we hope to have a civil meeting where we can have some rational discourse, and so I appreciate your cooperation. Mr. Begg, please go ahead.
We are seeking council authorization to negotiate and execute a professional services agreement with Schneider Electric to provide professional services for design, build, and maintenance of the City and Port Joint Domain Awareness Center project for an amount not to exceed $1.6 million. The supplemental report in your package will address the questions and requests for additional information posed by the committee members during the Public Safety Committee held on January 28, 2014. So with this, I will like to go over the presentation. So the agenda for tonight is we'll talk about the DAC goals, Domain Awareness Center, the purpose and mission. We'll talk briefly about the challenge managing the flood of data, and more specifically, we'll be talking about the issue we have in public safety, in information technology, how we have been challenged with the disparate systems and linking those systems to bring the common operating picture, to bring the coordinated response, to integrate the different systems. We'll talk about the operational capabilities. As we have heard and read in many places, there have been a lot of talk about the capabilities of the system. There's a lot of miscommunication about the capabilities of the system. We'll try to answer those questions in Phase 1 and Phase 2. We'll go also talk about the DAC background. We'll talk about the legislative history. We'll also discuss the issues or the challenges we have, policy versus procurement. Then we'll go and talk about the Phase 2 contract, the staff report, and the recommendations, and what we have included in the supplemental report. We'll talk about the city port vendor selection process, the team, the formation of the team, what were the steps taken, what was the due diligence taken at the time of the selection process, what does it include in the scope of work, which is also included, the high-level SOW in the supplemental package. What are some of the safeguards in the contract? We'll talk briefly about the contract process as well. And our target is to complete this project by May 31st, 2014 because of the performance deadlines. We will also conclude with the work efforts and the next steps and the milestones, and also touch on the issue of the privacy framework. So with this, I will ask Michael O'Brien to talk about the purpose and mission of the Domain Awareness Center.
Thank you, Hassan. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the importance of the Domain Awareness Center project to the Port of Oakland and to provide some context for the center from the port's perspective. The center will provide first responders, city, and port real-time information and a common operating picture to respond to emergencies and day-to-day operations. Why is that important? The port, along with its partners, generates more than 73,000 jobs in the region and supports nearly 827,000 jobs across the nation. More than $40 billion worth of goods are shipped through the Port of Oakland each year on close to 2,000 ships that tie up to Port of Oakland marine terminals each year. The Port of Oakland is the 5th busiest cargo port in the nation and the 3rd busiest West Coast port in the United States. The port has infrastructure vital to the local and regional economy. A loss of even one day of port maritime operations would amount to millions of dollars of lost economic impact. As a public agency, it is our duty and responsibility to take reasonable steps and implement programs to protect the port, our workers, and visitors. We also share infrastructure and transportation systems with the city, including BART, Caltrans, Amtrak, and 2 Class 1 rail systems, Burlington Northern Santa Fe, and Union Pacific. For all these reasons, we see this joint center as a vital security investment. There are 2 major reasons for the basis of a partnership with the city for jointly utilizing grant funds for the center. The Port of Oakland has the maritime-related infrastructure to protect, and the city is the first responder for the port in the event of an incident. Let's talk about what maritime domain awareness means. It is the effective understanding of anything associated with the maritime area that it could impact security, safety, the economy, or the environment. We need the capability to observe and verify what is normal in the maritime area so that when something out of the ordinary occurs, it is easily recognized as out of the norm. Then we can readily assess whether the situation is a threat and respond appropriately. Domain awareness and communications interoperability and common operating picture are key criteria in the Port Security Grant Program. These are the basis for the center being funded. The port has a camera system along with the fence lines and at major port intersections. The technology enables us to detect whether a restricted boundary to the port infrastructure has been breached. Another piece of relatively new technology being implemented in the center is the Physical Security Information Management System, or PSIM. The PSIM allows for central monitoring of a very small number of staff. The central staff can then verify whether a situation is a true emergency. In some cases, verifying that a situation is not an emergency will save costs because personnel and resources will not be unnecessarily dispatched. Examples of potential incidents in the port area are a fire or a security breach. Managing event information and communications informs the operation so that it can be handled more effectively, especially for complex, multi-unit, multi-jurisdictional events. This is critical for life safety and protecting our community, the environment, and our facilities. The center will help answer the questions, what is the situation that first responders will be facing when they arrive at the incident site? What situation exactly are we trying to respond to with police and fire resources? And what information do we have to report to the public for their safety? The integrated information system at the center will make it easier to answer these vital questions in a critical time frame for the first responders and decision makers. Could I have the next slide, please?
Obviously, all about people just organizing protests there. Yep. That's the only thing that's going down there.
So let's use this slide for a couple of minutes to talk about what the Domain Awareness Center is and is not. The slide shows what the center is for Phase 1, which is on the left. Those have already been accomplished. And for Phase 2, which is now before you for consideration. The center is focused on current operations with situation analysis and support for that operation using the available data feeds from the PSIM. These systems already exist. However, we need to be able to centralize and analyze all this physical security information to support our responders in the field with crucial information during an incident. As we know from the aftermath of disasters like Hurricane Katrina, coordinating information and response efforts are key to life safety. There's also been some misinformation regarding security cameras relative to the center. To clarify, the cameras in the information system being used do not have facial recognition technology. There are no school camera systems either in Phase 1 or Phase 2. Also, this is not a fusion center. We have no agreements with the NSA or the CIA or the FBI to be able to access our databases or the information in the center.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. I'm going to interrupt. Members of the audience, please, members of the audience will have an opportunity to state your opinions or disagreements with anything that this speaker or any other speaker has said. We all will get our opportunity to have our say. Please do not interrupt other people. If we do, we'll have to clear the room at some point. So please, we want to hear everybody tonight. Let's get through this with everybody's voice being heard. Thank you.
So as I said, we have no agreements with the NSA or the CIA or the FBI to be able to access our databases or the information in the center. The sponsor for the Port Security Grant Program is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, not an intelligence agency. Here are some examples of events that have occurred either here or other ports in the country in which interagency communications and an established common operating picture between first responders was absolutely vital. Critical infrastructure security breaches, shipboard fires, hazardous material spills, and natural disasters. In the event of a fire in the port area, info can be passed to police and fire dispatch. They can share that information to field units and watch commanders who can make quick and timely decisions about how best to combat the blaze. The watch can assist dispatch with the use of electronic maps to provide options on where to stage resources, and in a very large event can coordinate that info with other agencies that are sending resources to the scene. The center will facilitate getting info from multiple sources about the situation to those who need it to make quick and informed operational decisions. Fast, comprehensive, and reliable analysis of available information supports mitigating an event to protect the public and get the port back up and running more quickly. The center staff needs to be proficient in day-to-day operations, flow of information, and decision-making before they can hope to efficiently respond to a large-scale emergency. While major incidents such as earthquake or fire are not frequent in occurrence, the consequences to the public and the local economy would be devastating. Consider this. Each day that the Port of Oakland is non-operational due to a major incident, we would see a multi-million-dollar loss in wages, salaries, business, and tax revenues. This Domain Awareness Center would significantly help to mitigate those incidents by providing increased coordination and communication with other agencies. This will be critical in the event of a full-scale emergency response in Oakland. Therefore, having all the relevant information flow through the center is essential. It will help save lives and help protect the people, community, and infrastructure in a major emergency. Thank you.
Just to follow up on the previous slide on the operational capabilities, Mike talked about the systems we already have integrated into part of the Phase 1. We are seeking council authorization for Phase 2. And those systems Mike just talked about, a lot of these systems are existing data systems. They are either public safety systems or they are providing information for emergency responses. So part of the Phase 2, which is planned, which is we are seeking council's approval, will enable us to move forward with this implementation in part of the Phase 2.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick clarification question? Just on the map of the city traffic cameras, how many cameras are on that map?
40.
Thank you.
So this one we are showing here, as I mentioned earlier, part of the integration is to link the city traffic cameras as well as the port security cameras. There are 40 cameras shown here with the locations. Our plans are to include this one as requested by our focus group on the privacy framework development to include the locations of these cameras for public consumption. These cameras are traffic cameras. They're part of our congestion management system, part of our intelligent transportation systems. These cameras don't have the capability of recording, and there will not be any recording until we have the council approval, as it's already put together. So,
Could you restate that, Mr. Big? That the cameras at present do not have the capability of recording?
That is correct.
Thank you.
So moving forward, I will ask Renee to come and talk about the legislative history.
Good evening, President Kernahan and members of the City Council. My name is Renee Domingo. I'm the Emergency Services Manager for the Oakland Fire Department. A little bit of background on this project, legislative history, because I know a lot of you are new to the Council and were not here when we first started talking about this program. But we originally came to the City Council and Public Safety Committee in June of 2009, and we provided an informational report on the DAC concept, which hasn't changed since 2009. The purpose and goal of the DAC still remains the same. And we asked for permission to apply for ARA Port Security Grant funding with the Port of Oakland. On July 13th and 20th in 2010, we came back to the Public Safety Committee and to the City Council because we had received the funding from the ARA grant for Port Security Grant funds to proceed with the design, development, and build out of Phase 1 of the Domain Awareness Center. And we also requested permission to enter into an MOU with the Port of Oakland. At that time, we were both approved by the Public Safety Committee and the City Council to proceed. On July 9th and then again on July 30th, we came before the Public Safety Committee and the Council and requested approval to move forward with DAC Phase 2 due to funds that were received by Port Security Grant funds through the Port of Oakland in the amount of $2 million. And we also requested to enter into an MOU with the Port of Oakland to proceed with Phase 2 and to proceed with our partnership with the Port of Oakland. That was also approved. Then again on November 12th and 19th of 2013, we came back and requested a revision to the original request for proposal for Phase 2 and also requested to go back out to the original vendor list for a new firm to do the work on Phase 2, and we said we would come back to Public Safety and City Council in January of this year. We did come back to the Public Safety Committee in January, and we are now before you to discuss the Phase 2 contractor selection. Some of the issues here tonight are related to policy guidance from the staff requesting if we should proceed with Phase 2 as recommended by staff, if there should be amendments to the original proposal proposed by staff and in the supplemental reports that have been provided to you, or if the project should not move forward. Based on these policy considerations, staff is here to discuss Phase 2 procurement to proceed with project implementation. Some of the additional policy recommendations that the City Administrator's Office, the Mayor's Office, as well as staff have been discussing and are putting into place is number 1, an advisory committee where we're scratching the blue ribbon off of there. I know that wasn't a preferred name for this group, but it will be an ad hoc advisory committee that would assist with the development of the privacy policy. We have issued the framework for that policy document. It was issued last week and it's available online. There will be 2 public hearings and then there will be a 30-day comment period from the public. In the interim, we are working to assemble the advisory committee. We've requested names from the Public Safety Committee members to provide us with names for that committee. And I know that the staff person, Joe DeVries, that's working on that privacy policy has been reaching out to various members of the community as well as privacy experts, including the ACLU, Electronic Frontier, and others. Additionally, the other item that we're covering is the demonstration regarding transparency of the DAC capabilities and to show the public, media, and council people how the system works. So there's a staff group from the port as well as from the city that's in the process of putting together a demonstration, which we hope to have ready within the next 30 to 45 days or less. And then last but not least, city and port staff are bringing on consultants to assist with a staffing study to determine some alternatives to provide to the city council on solutions and options for the council to consider for staffing the DAC, and to provide to the city council in April after the privacy policy has been brought forward to the council for approval and adoption.
Madam Chair, before she continues, I just had a quick clarification on one of the slides before we move.
All right.
Just on the slide prior to when you looked at the legislative history, Mr. Mingo, is this to suggest that the full amount on Phase 2 is the $2 million? I'm just asking about the fiscal numbers. Phase 2 is $2 million. It was 2.9. That's the total budget?
2.9 was for DAC Phase 1, so that's already been expended. Phase 2 is for an amount that we came to council on July 30th is 1.6, not to exceed 1.6 million.
Okay, thank you.
And now I will turn it back over to Asan Beg for the Phase 2 contract report.
Thank you, Mr. Mingo.
So just to go over real quick on the Phase 2 contract. So the staff went through the selection process. We published an RFP, request for proposal, for Phase 2. Out of the original 5 companies who bid on the Phase 1 project, out of those 5, only 3 companies submitted their proposals, Schneider Electric, Motorola, and G4S. And a committee consisting of city and port employees went through the selection process, went through the interview process, went through the reference checks and the background check. And after that process, our scores were consolidated into a scoring sheet, and we selected Schneider Electric. The scope of work we have included in the supplemental report basically consists of 3 key things. One is the integration of the systems we have mentioned in the operational capability, our computer-aided dispatch system, 911 system, record management system, vehicle location system used by fire department, in addition to some other public websites like USGS and weather monitoring systems. So that's really is the more on the technical side. But as we all know, the technology cannot really solve all the problems unless it is not fully adopted for the operations and for the implementation. So the key thing in this whole statement of work is going to be performed by Schneider is to develop the SOPs, standard operating procedures. These SOPs are very critical for the faster and the quicker responses for our first responders. So this is a tool which will be relying on the SOP developed for City of Oakland first responders, looking at the situation, looking at the incident, looking at the problem, and responding accordingly based on those SOPs. They are going to be tested, and people and staff are going to be trained on those SOPs, and they are going to be integrated, and they are going to be constantly refined and enhanced and improved as we start using the technology. None of the technology solutions really are the panacea till it is fully integrated into the operations. And that the third key item in this statement of work is going to be the maintenance and support, getting Schneider and the software vendor Vitsys to make sure that they provide the 24/7 support in case there are some technical glitches or problems with the implementation. Moving forward, we are going to have, of course, a contract. Anyone who's interested to know about the T's and C's or the terms and conditions of the contract, it is a public document. It was posted on the city's website. And there are safeguards included. There are many safeguards, but not limited to indemnification, liquidated damages, performance bond, and limitations of liability. And some of those things can be addressed by City Attorney's Office if there are any questions. The challenge we have is we need to complete the Phase 2 implementation. The completion date, target date is May 31st, 2014.
Pending the council approval this evening related to the contract Phase 2, this would be the proposed timeline for moving forward. There'd be an EOC, Domain Awareness Center, public media visual demonstration and feedback in the spring of this year. We are planning to come back to the Public Safety Committee and City Council on the privacy policy in late March, early April, as planned. There will be a staffing plan looking at the domain awareness operations and maintenance and options to City Council, and also to accept the grant funding for the DAC staffing that the port has received and has been approved to subgrant to the City of Oakland should the council approve that. That will also come back in April. The EOC DAC Phase 2 completion, go live. This date has been amended, and we will not be going live, fully live, until October 2014, and that will be a soft launch of the system. And we will continue to provide informational reports to the Public Safety Committee and City Council on DAC operations and next steps. Thank you.
Ms. Domingo, is that the extent of the staff
Yes,
report?
that concludes the staff report.
Thank you very much. Council members, I think I will go to the speakers unless anybody has something they'd like to say first. All right, Madam City Clerk, would you begin to call the public speakers, and could you tell us how many people have signed up to speak?
So we are at 79 speakers, Madam Chair.
All right. All right.
And the clock is set for 2 minutes.
I'm going to say a minute and a half so that you are still. Well, ladies and gentlemen, when there are many speakers, that will take about 3 hours before we get to. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay, folks. If you want to stay that long, that's fine. We are here to the bitter end, so it's 2 minutes a speaker. In order for the names to be heard, it's going to need to be a little quieter. So, Madam City Clerk, would you call the first group of names?
Okay, I'll start moving to the names. I ask your patience with me. JP, and I believe that's JP Masser, Ed Bayol, Brian Hofer, Chris Pereira, Jacob Gellender, if I've said that correctly, Phil Wolf, U.S. Depian, Lou Katz, Aesthetics, Jen Katz, Mike Chase, Einstein for Oakland. I know who that is. Imam Shakur, David Colburn, Nadia Kayali, and Benjamin Franklin, just to start the group off.
All right, and just to go over the normal council rules, if somebody is going to, if you want to cede your time to another speaker, that speaker needs to tell us when they start speaking, and the people ceding time must be in the chambers. You can't just have people who signed up and left. So if you cede time, you're only allowed to cede 1 minute. So for instance, if you sign up and you have 2 people ceding time to you, you have a total of 4 minutes. That's your 2 plus a minute each from the other 2 people. So those are the rules of the game. Mr. Shakur, go right ahead.
What I believe the DAC to be about is deception, accountability, and corruption. Deception being what we just heard, that it's about public safety, when really what it's all about is shutting down civil disobedience and protests where people use shutting down the port as a tactic. That's completely within the rights of citizens of the United States. If the government is corrupt, then by all means, we have that right. Since this is Black History Month, Martin Luther King did it, Marcus Garvey did it, El-Hajj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X did it. So a lot of people wouldn't be sitting up on their respected chairs right now if it wasn't for some form of civil disobedience. So to spend millions to do so is shameful to the ancestors that lost their lives and paved the way for those of you who are up there now. Accountability. The City of Oakland's police department is not accountable. Cannot keep a police chief. The federal oversight, we are still not following that guideline, and I don't see that happening in the near future. So how can we say that we will depend on this as a means of public safety? Corruption. SAIC was still involved with nuclear weapons when this contract came before you, and you knew that. So to go through with this is against the nuclear free zone policy. And I would like to know, since you did go ahead and go through with it, are they being fined the $500,000 that they should have been fined because they were not within their own guidelines? I would like to know that.
Shakur.
No, I'm waiting for an answer to my last question.
Folks, we will address all the, the many issues that are raised will be addressed at the end after we've listened to everybody. Thank you.
No, you're not going to retain that.
No.
You got 79 people coming to talk. I need you to answer that one thing. It's just that simple. Are you finding them because they were not in compliance of being involved with nuclear weapons?
I don't know.
I'd like to hear the rest of the speakers.
I'd like to hear the rest of the speakers, Mr. Shakur.
We don't know.
We'll find out. Please let the speaker speak. Please begin, sir.
Hi, my name is David Colburn. I live in District 2. And 2 weeks ago at the council meeting, you guys honored Elaine Brown and Bobby Seale. And Elaine Brown was here and got her award or whatever. And then, I don't know if you're aware of this, she went straight out to the plaza and spoke at an anti-DAC rally, very strongly opposing DAC, saying it was not about crime, it's about repression. And I can guarantee you, if DAC had been around 40 years ago, Elaine Brown would have been surveilled by DAC. You know, they were surveilling them for all sorts of, with all the means they had, and they would have loved to have this. This is totally typical of Oakland, that we like to talk a good game about our, history of progressive activism and civil rights, and then when it comes to actually making a decision that counts for something, you guys just, won't do the right thing. We saw this a few weeks ago, symbolic resolution to support anti-foreclosure actions in Richmond, and you guys had a, contentious meeting about, oh no, this might offend Wall Street. We have to water it down and make sure that it doesn't have any teeth in it. And so that was my main point. The other thing is, as Councilmember Reed memorably said a few months ago, you can't even get your freaking police radios to work, and you want to, install this huge surveillance system. It's just going to lead to more expenses down the road. Stick to the basics, get that stuff right, and then start thinking about these crazy plans. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Okay, cool. I'm aesthetics on the list. And Thank you all for being here and listening to us. And I have three simple things. First, I had sent a request for a privacy policy, I think, to Joe DeVries, and I just wanted to thank him for sending it to me. So that's the first thing. Second, I think it was the public safety meeting a couple weeks ago. I believe that the resolution was passed contingent upon a safety review being done on Schneider Electric, and I was curious if that had been done, and maybe I just missed it because I have a short attention span sometimes. Do you guys know offhand?
Yeah, actually, that is something we should have addressed, and maybe we'll have the staff.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact language that was used, but I was curious what the results of that were. And I just had a statement that I thought is a very short one, so don't worry. Constituents are rightly concerned both about crime and surveillance. So it seems to me like the best way to set us at ease would be to specify exactly what powers you'll be granting to the DAC. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lou Katz. I've been a resident of District 4 in Oakland for 30 years. I'm here to speak against the approval of any phase of the so-called Domain Awareness Center. As the former head of East Germany, Stasi, has noted, if the data are there, they will be used. The only data that will not be used are data that are not collected. I'm focusing specifically on the privacy and data retention policy as printed in Deanna Santana's memorandum of February 11, 2014. This document would be a joke were it not the subject and situation so serious. It would be trivial to sail an entire convoy of container ships through it and around it. It is the bogus linking of city facilities with those of the Port of Oakland and the Department of Homeland Security which facilitate the destruction of all our liberties, especially those guaranteed by the First and Fourth Amendments to our Constitution. The specifications contained in the memorandum are so vague as to be useless. It does not mention including the linking of city traffic cameras, which were only supposed to monitor live traffic, into a system capable of storage and analysis. The privacy policies are a sham. Nowhere is any serious consequences for evading, disregarding, or violating them even mentioned. The single reference to sanctions and enforcement remedies, Section 14, is misleading. It references Administrative Instruction 140, which was not included in the document that I got, and seems not to be available online. I found a reference to this document elsewhere, which indicates that it established a formal city policy regarding the use of electronic mail sent or received by city employees, truly useless in context. The document does not address the proven common practices used to thwart oversight and transparency, transfer of data to third parties, accessing with or without permission electronic signals before or after they enter or leave the facility, or by remote means when signals are within the facility. You're being sold a bill of goods.
Madam President.
Thank you, sir.
Madam President.
One moment. Councilmember Kolb.
I realize some of the people coming up, like the person who just talked, are sharing specific suggestions relating to the privacy policy. And so I'm hoping somebody on staff is listening to all these suggestions and taking them down as part of the process. Now, people can also.
You guys are listening to vote no. That's what's more important.
Yeah, well, I am listening. People should also email those in, of course, but I hope staff is listening to the specifics of what you're hearing when it comes to the privacy policies, because right now all we have is a draft of a draft of a draft, and so. Okay.
So actually, with that suggestion,
Mr. DeVries.
Mr. DeVries, if somebody could actually tell the audience what would be an email address to send their suggestions for the privacy policy? Your email?
To mine.
Okay, folks. Well, for those of you who actually would like to give some input and have it be duly considered besides at this meeting, I mean, if you put it in writing, it's easier for him to assimilate. So, Mr. DeVries, where would they email that to?
J. DeVries, that's JDEVRIES at oaklandnet.com. That's my email.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, we'll continue now. Let us hear the next speaker, please. Corporate America has our emails already. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Katz.
My name is Jen Katz. That's not my 2 minutes over there.
No, we're starting when you start.
Okay. I'm also a resident of Oakland for 30 years. I listened to the comments about they twist and turn trying to protect us. Just say no. Listen to the words they use. Crime, earthquake, fire. They didn't mention 1213 yet. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. You know, they will promise everything, but they want the security. They want all the data, and they're going to count. They're going to look at me too. I go on marches. I was on that Oakland march, the first march. That means that they would have my picture, and the lady in the beginning said, you don't have to worry about anything if you don't have any problems. If you're innocent, I'm innocent, and I can afford to say, do not vote for this thing. Thank you.
Hi, I have time seated by George Orwell and Ed Bio, I believe. And they should be both here.
Putting you at 4 minutes, Mr. Massey.
All right. My name is JP. You know, some people have referred to the council's attitude on this as willful ignorance. Me, I would add another charge. I would say incredible naivety, however you say it. Council people sat here before us 3 weeks ago and seriously asked the city staff if the NSA and other security agencies would have to get a warrant to access DAC data. This after we have had 10 months of revelations, 10 months of the NSA warrantlessly accessing every single piece of data on the planet. How anyone on the city council can ask such a question non-facetiously is beyond my ken. And then to believe the affirmative answer obtained from the staff. City council members somehow believe that city staff who have stood up there and lied to you about their knowledge regarding SAIC's involvement in nuclear weapons technology, who deliberately kept city council in the dark about SAIC in February and in July. I've read the emails. This is a fact. This is a fact. I have read the emails. And who were already talking about how they would get around the privacy policy as soon as it was proposed. You think that they can somehow be trusted to operate the DAC under a privacy policy so as to protect our civil liberties. You city council members somehow believe that OPD, which has an unparalleled history of violating the civil rights of Oaklanders and which cannot even follow its own policies, be it a crowd control policy or a body camera policy, can somehow be trusted to use the DAC in a manner that would conform to a privacy policy. What? This is theater of the absurd. Which brings me to my next point, the committee to create a privacy policy. First, it was a blue ribbon committee. Then it morphed mysteriously into an ad hoc committee. But in truth, what it will be is a kangaroo committee. Why? Because Not a single person responsible for appointing members to that committee has voted against the deck. Not one. And we are to expect that such a committee is going to protect our rights? Perhaps if we were koalas bouncing around Australia, it might afford us some protection. But not here, not now. 4,900 people, half of them Oaklanders, have signed an online petition making it clear that the only good DAC is a dead DAC. You might consider listening to them if you won't listen to us, and being a little less naive. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members.
Before I start your timing, ma'am, I'm sorry, could you pull into the microphone a little bit? We want to be able to hear you.
Okay. My name is Imam Shakir. I've been identified as Imam Shakur. It's all good. Good evening. I'd like to begin based on something that Madam President of the Council mentioned, that the corporations already have our information. I think that's the question before all of you. Are you going to facilitate the continued dominance of corporations over our lives, our property, our honor, our government? Are you going to serve as the firewall between the corporations, between very, very pernicious forces, for lack of a better term, or are you going to facilitate the rule of the corporations and corporate interests and work against the people you've been elected to represent? That is the issue before you. So I think you should elevate your opinion of yourselves, that you are the representatives of the people. You have been elected by the people. And you have a lofty calling, because our country is increasingly seeing the evisceration of our Constitution, the evisceration of rule for, by, and of the people. So this is really what's at stake in this issue. And I think it's very, very important that each and every one of you decide who you represent. Do you represent those corporate interests who are going to get the contracts, who are going to get the information, who are going to tempt you to violate any privacy policies you put in place, not to sell them the information because it could be very profitable? Are you going to reject that and use the money for prison reentrance, to use the money to enhance the education of our citizens so they won't be inclined to engage in the sort of crimes, fictitious or otherwise, that you plan to protect us from by this system? So the choice is yours.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Nadia Kayali. I'm an activist with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And I just want to make one thing clear. EFF has not signed on to anything. We oppose the expansion of a system that was originally intended for port security to facilitate pervasive citywide surveillance. I don't understand why port security is still being used as a justification for a system that is clearly citywide. Why are you talking about port emergencies? Why are you talking about fires? And, you know, I just want to be clear. This is not happening in a vacuum. I want to just echo the statements made by J.P. Masser. We've seen some of the most amazing, disturbing leaks of the kind of civil liberties abuses that happen when the government has access to unfettered information. That is exactly what the Domain Awareness Center, as it is currently envisioned, is going to provide. There's no question. And also, I want to echo the statements that others have made about giving that information to the Oakland Police Department. This is not a police department that is free of issues. This is not a police department that isn't currently embroiled in litigation. You know, and just the privacy policy is like giving a 6-year-old girl's bicycle to a 250-pound, 6'4" man. It's completely inadequate. It is riddled with holes. It is missing key terms and definitions. And it's clear that it could even be salvaged. I understand that you're reaching out to privacy advocates, that you're talking about having this committee, but the privacy policy as it's currently imagined it's unclear if it can be salvaged. And finally, I just want to emphasize the lack of transparency. We saw a timeline of this project. This project has been in consideration for years at this point. And the specific issues, you've been alerted to them by city residents for months. Why is it that you're now going to have a 30-day comment period for this privacy policy? Why is it that you're only now going to learn what the full capacity of the Domain Awareness Center is? This is sophisticated technology. You need to fully understand what you're signing on to before you approve it. Finally, I just want to respond to the statements that the NSA, the FBI, the CIA aren't involved. Again, this is not happening in a vacuum, and the staff is acting as if there's no such thing as a California Public Records Act, and that we haven't read emails between the city staff referring to fusion centers and referring to getting that funding, referring to the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center. The Domain Awareness Center, as it is currently envisioned, should not be approved. It's very simple. It's very basic. You need to vote no.
Go ahead.
Thank you for hearing us out again. I wanted to address a dangerous misconception about a key term being used here, technology.
So,
what is technology?
Before I start, I haven't started your time. Can you just tell me what your name is, please?
Adon Katz.
Thank you so much.
Technology. What is technology? From what the city staff is saying, it appears like we've gone back to the age of sorcery, where magic potions make things happen, and the fantastical DAC will repair all of our crime problems in Oakland. Technology is not only tools, like hammers and guns. Technology is also not just devices, like cameras and computers recording goings-on. Technology is even more than a complex system, like the one proposed that will feed the existing surveillance nodes in the city into one big vat of information. Technology today is the way in which we encounter the world, the underlying infrastructure through which we do our jobs and live our lives. There are key moments in the evolution of technology when people have a choice to take control of it for our purposes, for doing things more efficiently and effectively, like building things and enforcing the law. You, the City Council members, are in a privileged position to help direct the massive capacities of today's information technology for our citizens' safety and security. By deferring all the capabilities of the DAC to however and to whomever it will inevitably be used, you are taking our citizens back to the dark ages. Beware of the smoke screens. Don't be fooled by the magician's sleight of hand. Promises that this will be what solves Oakland's crime problem. It will be a careful balance of security and civil liberties. It will be trust and cooperation with the community. And it will be a respect for human dignity. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Chase. I'm on the board of directors of the ACLU of Oakland, and our staff attorney, Linda Lai, will speak later. This process of moving forward with DAC must stop in its tracks, must be halted in its tracks right now. The ACLU has found documents which are relevant and disturbing. The documents obtained by the ACLU relate to an October 25th, 2013 protest against Urban Shield, one of the nation's largest security conferences and weapons show, and a commemoration of OPD's removal of Occupy Oakland from Frank Ogawa Plaza. According to OPD's operations plans, officers were explicitly instructed to enforce all traffic laws, which of course is entirely lawful and appropriate. However, while numerous bicyclists associated with the Occupy Oakland protest were cited for vehicle code violations such as running red lights. A bicyclist who ran 2 red lights but told officers, and this is from the police officer's report, he told them he was anti-Occupy and that he was in the area to try and dissuade any protest. He was not issued a citation and instead was let off with a warning. This is selective enforcement, and numerous respected studies have made clear that surveillance systems like closed-circuit television lend themselves to this kind of discrimination. The proposed DAC would be far more powerful than any single surveillance system because of its ability to aggregate surveillance. Unfortunately, our concerns that the OPD might use the DAC to target individuals based on ideology, political beliefs, or other inappropriate factors are grounded in actual recent events. The last thing I want to say is about the notion of a chilling effect, and I say I'm short on time, but let me just say a privacy policy which declares that people will not be prohibited in any case from exercising their First Amendment rights to speech and assembly is not adequate to address a chilling effect. A chilling effect happens when people themselves decide not to exercise those rights because they believe that they may be identified and may no longer be anonymous. And despite any assurances to the contrary that they will not be ID'd, the chilling effect will happen. People will not exercise their First Amendment protected rights. So it's not enough to simply declare that you're not going to violate their rights or you won't prevent them from protesting. If they decide not to come because they believe that they will be surveilled, and they have a reason to believe so, then that is a chilling effect. So DAC must be halted.
Council members, my name is Brian Hofer. I've been seated the full time of David Keenan, Josh Daniels, Jake Gellender, all are present.
Can I see some hands? I'm sorry. Josh Daniels, 1, 2. And there was a third name.
Jake Gellender.
I see you.
Right behind
Thank
me.
you so much.
First, I'd like to thank Councilmember Schaaf for taking forceful action regarding the privacy policy in this last week. It was encouraging movement on the part of the city. Councilmember Guile, I'm glad you're back inside. I plan to address the City of Refuge Ordinance. I first have a couple questions since most of my other comments have been addressed. I would like to thank Mr. O'Brien for his report. This is a port grant. It's meant for port security. I'm glad the port will be protected. I don't understand why the city is involved. I ask if the city has come up with its sustainment plan to pay for the annual operating costs, a requirement of the DHS grant for Mr. O'Brien. I also ask if we are doing the privacy policy afterwards and it eliminates certain data or technical ability, why are we building the DAC first? As to the recent staff supplemental report on Snyder, and literally the million-dollar question, do I have a smoking gun with the Snyder CEO signatures on it regarding nuclear warheads? No, it's not needed. The staff report failed to address the affiliates and subsidiaries of Snyder specifically, and as you've read the language of the ordinance, it could be maintenance, storage, etc. The February 3rd certification did not comport with the language of Schedule P. I find it meaningless. And of course, the report was irrelevant as to our other concerns. Unless you have collectively changed position on this issue in the past 2 weeks, we know where this vote is going tonight, and it appears we are headed to court. I am hopeful that I will be wrong, and movement by the council, as I stated, has been encouraging. I do not understand why you are trusting this city staff, the staff that can't figure out a Google search, the staff that has intentionally thumbed its nose at you on the privacy policy council demanded last July. I do not find it reassuring their representations to you that there will be no mission creep, no civil liberties violations, no financial costs to the city. All have been proven false. How long did it take them to admit SAIC was in noncompliance with Measure T? Domingo and Beg's own emails show they knew prior to execution of the contract that SAIC couldn't certify Schedule P. They frequently lie to you, and they conceal material facts. How can they have oversight over something this critical? You received a brilliant letter from Linda Lai, and I hope you gave it careful thought. It was precisely on point on this issue. I want to read a few paragraphs from our May 15, 2008 City of Refuge resolution, introduced by your predecessor and Councilmember Reed. Whereas the City of Oakland finds the placement of ICE field agents and vehicles at or near school campuses to be reprehensible and a form of terror and intimidation to school children and their families, and whereas recent ICE operations at or near schools have destabilized the entire school community by causing absences to increase and learning to be disrupted, and whereas these types of ICE operations have the effect of criminalizing young children, parents, and families, and creating a culture of fear. ICE is part of DHS and frequently shares information. I am not off base to link full-time mass surveillance to these harms. Those are our grandmothers and children. And this will be added to the lawsuit. You should be excited at this opportunity. You can be our Mario Savio, our own Gavin Newsom. Single acts of courage start movements. I know you are beholden to those who put you in office, that you must appear to do something about crime. Let's try the difficult leadership. It's easy to take money from the feds, but it doesn't come without cost. The loss of liberty, the loss of local control. How about managing the money better? Novel ideas like fingerprint labs so that we can solve crimes. 15 states have introduced legislation prohibiting the use of state resources by the NSA spy apparatus. The tide is turning, and those leaders did not commit political suicide by acting with courage. Those jurisdictions are not devoid of crime.
I'll continue calling names. Joshua Daniels, Joshua Smith, Ali Abdin Al-Rahman, Yolanda Huang, Amanda Shepard, Linda Lai or Lee, Susan George, John Klein, Matt S., Alan Brill, Lauren Payne, Cam Over, Ali Khan, Mary Madden, and Aaron Parr, and I'll pause there.
Anyone whose name was called can approach the microphone to speak.
Hello, I am Cam Over. I'd just like to say that, sometimes you're walking down the street and you're like, how did it get like this? Well, it's minutes like this when, and I got to rip on Renee Domingo here for a little bit. That's most of my focus here. I remember, Renee, last time you flashed the peace sign when I was taking pictures of you. And the thing is, you just gave $2.9 million to nuclear manufacturers? I mean, you enable human rights violations and the murdering of fucking civilizations. And you're going to flash the peace sign. And we're all going to be compliant in this. How did it get like this? It got like this when we sit down and we don't say anything, and we let people get up here and support the DAC, and we don't protest. And we sit quietly because we say, that's how democracy works. Well, it doesn't work, because last time I was here, we had more people than any other agenda item by a factor of 5 or so. And we were last. We actually told today early on Facebook that it was possible if more people came for our item, we'd be pushed further back as to not inconvenience the person before us. That's not democracy. That's the inverse of democracy. It's the exact opposite. So next time you're walking down the street and you're like, how did it get like this? Well, you gave millions of dollars to nuclear arms dealers, to people, to SAIC, if you didn't know. SAIC produced a report that originally got us into the Middle East. It said that Osama bin Laden had nuclear weapons. That was SAIC's deal. And now we're going to do this thing with Schneider Electric. And you're going to try and get this off on a technicality. You're going to try and tell me that Google Maps and Gmail aren't the same company. Come on. The first question really is, are they the same company? That's not the first question. The first question is, why are we even trying to make excuses? So, I think it's sour. I fucking hate Renee Domingo. And good night.
Hello, my name's Aaron Parr, and I'm in Knoll Gallows District. I was born there. My grandparents were born there. My great-grandparents were born there. I lived in the city most of my life, and I felt safe here most of my life. And something like this comes in, I no longer feel safe. I don't feel safe coming up here to speak to you. And I'd rather not have this in my city. And I'm not going to accept it regardless of the vote here. I don't think anyone should. In fact, I'd like to encourage each of you to think about protecting us from outside influence. We can see corruption in the government at the federal level. all the time. You are the firewall to protect us from them. And if you won't do it, we're going to have to run for office and replace you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm consolidating a couple of items. I've got 13, 14, and 15. My name is Mary Madden.
And so, so my question is, how many minutes does she have if she's consolidating items? You're supposed to actually speak to the subject matter.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, you are.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Madden with the Oakland Privacy Working Group. This is my 5th time speaking here at City Council, asking you to stop the Domain Awareness Center. But I feel as though I haven't gotten through to you. So tonight I'd like to ask you to think back to the year 2002. Think back to when you first heard that our country was starting up a Department of Homeland Security. Think about the word homeland. How did you feel when you heard that? What did it make you think about? Did you fear for the future of America and the new direction we were heading? What if I told you then that Homeland Security would be building a network of surveillance centers across our country? Documents which have become public show that federal government plans to fund local surveillance centers like ours, which will be integrated into a nationwide network. I've sent some of you information about this online, but I'd be happy to send it again. What if I told you that this network of local surveillance centers would form a new domestic surveillance agency? This new domestic surveillance network will watch everyone's moves, just in case. Innocent people going about their business under a constant watchful eye, everywhere you go, everything you do. If you accept this funding tonight, as the leaders of our city, you are personally responsible for building this new domestic surveillance agency here in Oakland. Do you really want to join forces with Homeland Security? The people do not consent to this. We do not want this. Please do not do this to the people of Oakland.
I also had deferred 14 to 13. I had 14, I also deferred. I had 13, but I also had 14, and I deferred that time to 13.
Your name?
Matt S. So I don't even want to really talk about privacy because I think that just clouds the issues. Like, we should think in a sociological term and a scientific politically term, right? Let's think about those terms. You know, what we have in our country is a lot of anxiety. I mean, I think I even heard Libby Schaff one time say, oh, we've had a lot more protests in Oakland, so maybe we should have more surveillance. Why do we have so much anxiety? Why do we have so much anxiety in our country is because we haven't developed the means to change the structure, right? We know this. We know it. We know we have many people in Oakland living in poverty, right? And what does this anxiety go out into? It goes out into personal abuse, taking drugs, drinking, crime to survive, because we criminalize so many different things that people do to survive. So this isn't going to do anything but go after people who basically are trying to survive, right? It's anxiety. Then you want to introduce a system that watches everyone at every moment, which just induces more anxiety into a society. I'm not sure you ever want to see a society that doesn't trust one another, right? What do we know? What do we know about the mafia in Italy and places like this? Where did that develop? How did it develop? It developed from massive distrust. We can't trust the police department. We can't trust the council. We're going to be looking around at cameras, at each other, wondering what the fuck is going on. Who can we trust? We're going to break down even more. We've already broken down. It's going to get worse, right? That's the heart. So does it work in crime? Let's think about it. Does it work to reduce crime? The answer is no. You can look at the 2011 report by DOJ, okay? I didn't enjoy reading it, but if you drill down, You drill down into the end of the information, much like the newspapers. You only get the truth at the end because most people only read the beginning. So the reality is what happens with crime is it doesn't ever go away. And what slight reductions you see are because of clustering. And what usually will happen is that crime that you think moved out of this one area moves to another area. And I'll ask you, you want that crime and you move to your area? I don't think you do. It's not going to disappear. Not going to disappear because it's structural. It's not going to reduce crime. It's not going to stop crime. Then people make the argument, well, then we can solve the crime. Well, you can solve the crime if you have a non-corrupt police force that knows how to do investigative work. It's simple. It's simple. I've been on this earth for 4 decades, right? I mean, I have to thank my father sometimes when he's against technology, and I'm like, you know, man, come on, you're old. But you know what? Maybe there's some truth in being an elder and knowing what the hell's going on. That generation, my father's generation, didn't look at East Germany as something that we should emulate, right? We don't want a society where we're looking at everybody all the time and we have no trust. That's not who we are. And that's not who this city is. Let's be better than that. Let's be better than this. Let's fix the problems. Let's not drive people out. If you're afraid to move into a neighborhood, don't move there. Don't move into a neighborhood. Don't move into a neighborhood. Don't move into a neighborhood of people that have lived there for a long time and put up a security sign because you just put in a $4,000 or $5,000 security system. If you don't feel safe, don't move there. Most of the people in Oakland are good people. We're not going to solve this by watching everyone. We're not going to solve this by creating distrust and paranoia. No on this proposal. This will not do anything to move us forward. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Susan George, and I live in Oakland, and I have for most of my life. Overreach. It's a word that has come to have greater and greater significance for me, and I know for many at this time. Just as having a more militarized police force has not helped the Oakland Police Department in carrying out its core mission to keep people safe from crime and the fear of crime, let's be honest. In the same way, having a multi-million-dollar video security and surveillance system on steroids will, as the ACLU concluded in its study of similar systems here and abroad, have little to no positive impact on crime. I urge you to take a step back and look at what has been unfolding over these past months concerning mass surveillance by our government on its own people. You probably think this is different. These events are not unrelated. In fact, the Domain Awareness Center could be said to be a microcosm of the macrocosm that is the massive buildup and data collection of the national security state. President Obama's own panel of experts that he appointed had this to say about the NSA's mass data collection program. Americans must never make the mistake of wholly trusting our public officials. As the Church Committee observed more than 35 years ago, when the capacity of government to collect massive amounts of data about individual Americans was still in its infancy, the massive centralization of information creates a temptation to use it for improper purposes, threatens to chill the exercise of First Amendment rights, and is inimical to the privacy of citizens. Please let that in. If we fail to see the connection between this and what the DAC poses to Oakland, then I'm afraid we're not seeing clearly. Please, let's be on the right side of history. I urge you to vote no on this intrusive and unconstitutional Domain Awareness Center. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Linda Line. I'm with the ACLU of Northern California. Miguel Vargas has graciously agreed to cede me his time, so I'd request 4 minutes. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Last week, we submitted detailed comments to you, urging you to vote no on this item. We have grave concerns, the two main ones being the enormous potential for abuse and the need for but difficulty of oversight. Just briefly in terms of the potential for abuse, recent records obtained from the Oakland Police Department show a history of selective enforcement with respect to political protesters. Those are detailed in my letter. Respected studies from other countries have shown that surveillance systems are used and lend themselves to being used in a discriminatory fashion. In one study cited by the European Parliament, black people were twice as likely to be surveilled for no obvious reason than whites. Placing a powerful surveillance tool in the hands of the OPD simply invites abuse. At the same time, there is a need for, but there will be tremendous difficulty in terms of meaningful oversight. While the City Council's requirement to adopt a privacy policy was an important step in the right direction, that's not going to be enough. Even if we could draft a perfect privacy policy, which Ms. Kayali of the Electronic Frontier Foundation has explained would be very difficult, it still needs to be enforced. Right now, the City Council is grappling with the difficult question of whether Schneider Electric actually complies with the nuclear-free ordinance. This should be a straightforward question. Does it or does it not engage in nuclear weapons manufacturing? But the difficulty of oversight, the due diligence issues entailed by the DAC, are vastly more complex than the issues entailed by the nuclear-free ordinance. Even people with the best of intentions can bite off more than they can chew. So for these reasons, we urge you strongly to vote no. That said, we recognize the history of votes before this council. So if you as a body are not inclined to vote no, which we certainly urge you to do, we urge you to consider an alternative approach of narrowing the DAC if you must let it go forward. Our main concern is that the DAC can be used for warrantless mass surveillance. There are enormous privacy and fiscal considerations that have not yet remotely been understood. On the other hand, the port has explained that it has port security concerns. We understand those, recognize those. But if that is so, then the surveillance systems should match that justification. In other words, only port-related surveillance systems should be included in the DAC. Otherwise, there's a mismatch between the justification and the actual structure of the DAC. If you feel compelled to move forward, which again we urge you not to do, then take one step at a time and limit the DAC to a port-focused system. This would require amending the prior resolution that you enacted last July and eliminating certain surveillance systems from what may ultimately be included without further City Council review. Taking a one-step-at-a-time approach would actually enable the City Council to engage in a modicum of oversight so that there would be a narrow version of the DAC. The DAC could get up and running. The City Council could review its performance. It can always vote to expand the DAC later if... Can you just let me talk? You can always vote to expand...
Please let the speaker speak.
You can always vote to expand the DAC later, but what is very unlikely is if you authorize an expansive DAC now, it is very unlikely that you will be able to dial it back. You will likely lack the information and resources necessary to engage in meaningful oversight, and I fear that the experience with the nuclear-free ordinance provides a cautionary tale, that there is tremendous difficulty in providing meaningful oversight. So please do not bite off more than you can chew, because Oakland residents will be left with swallowing the consequences of that decision.
Madam President. Madam President. Madam President.
Let us hear the speaker.
Jesse Smith. I also have a card from Sajita McCarthy.
Is she here?
Right up there.
Did you get that?
Okay.
3 minutes.
Now, the guy from the port cracks me up. He was here last time talking about how the cameras are not facial recognizing, and that's because no cameras are. It's the software. And yet again, he repeats the same thing today. He also speaks on utilizing the DAC to scan social media. Now, how's that going to work unless we all use these special facial recognition cameras for our selfies? He's either a liar or an idiot. Either way, nothing he says is of any value. Now, it's always a great occasion to see Mayor Kwan show up, always great and rare. Last time she was here during a DAC meeting, she didn't speak on it or anything else except for just once to scare you all away from standing up against Goldman Sachs. She said that they would sue you if you tried to stand against them. You tried to fight for Oakland against the banks. She fights for banks over Oakland, and you followed her. So why is she here tonight? Is she here to assure another vote? There's a difference between working together and succumbing to the herd mentality. One shows intelligence. This public meeting is a part of the process. You are expected to pass this tonight without any possibility of variation. No possibility of variation. What would that mean if that were true? What would this meeting function as? If there is nothing that can change your mind, there is no mind being appealed to here. There's no intelligence. You're just going with the herd. There is also an equation. This is considered the E equals MC square of artificial intelligence. It basically breaks down to intelligence is equal to keeping your options open over time, not letting doors shut. Now, you need to keep your options open on this, and they're urging you, this crew here is urging you to sign on to contracts that kill your options in the future, to commit to things, and you don't understand the technology yet. You don't understand how much you can get for this, how much you can get for Oakland if we are to have any form of mass surveillance. It should be able to benefit us. We could also even have mass surveillance without it offending the tech community, the ACLU, or progressives. That's actually possible, and they're not going to tell you that because they have their formula. They want to tell you you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. That might be true, but omelets aren't the only thing on the menu. Now, that's not their job. That's your role in this. You're supposed to see what the best options are for the future. Now, don't let them tell you there is no other way to secure the port, especially when you know that their loyalties are not even in Oakland. Broker a deal that benefits Oakland. This is a bleeding edge boondoggle for everyone else involved. So get a piece of the pie. There's a lot of money here there's a lot of deals you could broker with different contractors. Don't give away this data. Don't give away our city to outside interests. So, are you intelligent? Will you actually seek better options and more opportunities, or has the door already shut? Are you already just going to do what Kwan told you to? Are you going to follow her in a herd over the edge?
Thank you. Hello.
How do you do, Kareem Ali Khan? I have to second his point. And
How many, do you have just your 2 minutes?
Just 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay,
Unless
go ahead.
someone wants to seat it, I'll see in 2 minutes. Maybe they'll convert freemium.
All right.
First thing, Cisco background. 8 years working with violent felons in a situation that's called level 13. Those are the people, before you put them in a Bellevue and other places, where we're literally trained to restrain and deal with violent felons. 16 years Cisco, so I handle all the data on the internet. So unlike a lot of the people here talking about this, I actually know what I'm talking about. So first thing, you have options even in addressing this crime. One of the biggest things, and the reason a lot of these companies are coming to this area, is there is a cutting-edge need to develop non-lethal and flexible response with technology to security. There's an opportunity with Oakland. You've already innovated with your business improvement districts, the stuff you've done with the Kono and First Friday and the security ambassadors here. One of the options is to go to an armed group that's under local control, local security, and that is not the police who have not complied with parts of their federal oversight. I respect the officers, I respect what they're doing, but structurally they're not in a position to do what we need them to do as citizens who pay for it. One of the other options you're being pitched is that you need to be a part of a fusion center. That is not accurate. It doesn't work right now for the NSA guys. 17 of the 20 attacks were not stopped by a fusion center that violated our rights. It was by citizens who saw stuff who reported it. And that's the same thing that's happening with crime. You have groups and sites and technologies called they're called crime spotting. Google that. They're actually helping address it. There's even a large group of open source technologies built by people called Ushahidi, and we use it for everything from digging people out of earthquakes to crime issues in other cities. So there are real, open, public, accessible tools that actually have a higher response, and Oakland would be on the cutting edge, developing this and overseeing it in a model that works with the Constitution. Look at that. We're available to assist.
Good evening. I'm being allotted the time from Baruka Peller. Chairman, Fred Hampton Jr.
And the person who ceded their time?
Excuse me? Baruka Peller.
Thank you.
Right on. And, yes.
And
Right.
so he's got
Two exactly. Also, Tova Fry.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, I would like to first premise my position that I think it's a major contradiction that we even having a discussion about further arming the same army that literally has the blood of Oscar Grant, Alan Bluford, Gary King Jr., and so many others, literally still dripping from their hands. I think I will premise my position with that. I'd like to also state, as what the late Minister U.E.P. Newton said, that the state knows the importance of using euphemisms. So I think we should even start from the correct premise as opposed to these terms such as domain awareness center with something that sounds benign or sounds real nice. It should be it's equivalent to similar to what America's called civilizing the savages, or what when the U.S. government went to Iraq and they said Operation Shock and Awe, or what Richard Milhouse Nixon called Campaign for Law and Order. This should be seen as nothing less than intensification of the vicious COINTEL program, the counterintelligence program that has the blood of my father, Chairman Fred Hampton Sr., Defense Captain Mark Clark, and so many others on his hands. So again, this euphemism should be put in its correct context. What this is, and it's a intensification of the war on African and other colonized people. Our position is that anyone that believes the Oakland Police Department or any other police department is interested in stopping crime believes that Don King wants to stop boxing. So we clear that there's no war on drugs, ain't no war on guns, ain't no war on gangs. There's a war on our people. So whatever position, I'm sure that the position has already been set, which y'all going to do anyway. Whatever position you take, but let the history reflect. And again, if you put in this correct political context, what this is, it's an intensification of the war that has been and continues to be waged on African people in particular and all oppressed people in general. So I just want to go on record for that. It is attacks such as this that draws me to come back to Oakland, California. This is my last time here was in response to another euphemism that was put out by the Stop and Frisk campaign. And I received a lot of heat from the Oakland Police Department, a lot of attacks from the Oakland Police Department. I suspect I should be attacked again for taking a position by exposing this contradiction. So I just want to go on record saying that not only the community of Oakland, California recognizes this attack, but people in Chicago and throughout the whole world, all eyes are on Oakland, California, again, about this brutal attack that anyone who goes along with this has the blood of the community on his hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Yolanda Huang, and I'm an attorney. I do criminal defense and civil rights, and I practice in Oakland. One thing that I noticed when they talked about the justification for this at the port is they mentioned a tsunami, a fire, or an earthquake. And I think that you should put the tsunami out because it's a fiction. If you look at the geology of the coast of California, and if you look at the Golden Gate and the placement of Alcatraz and Angel Island, you will know that it's very unlikely for a tsunami of any size to reach the port of Oakland. If there was an earthquake or fire, I think one of the things you're going to have is you're going to have loss of power. And if you don't have electricity, the system is not going to work, and it's not going to be assisting first responders. This money, this $2.4 million, should really be used to develop infrastructure. You could do wonderful things. You could do localized production of electricity. You could do cogeneration and really meaningful response to climate change. You could fund preschool. You could fund Head Start. There's a reason why the Scandinavian countries, which have universal health care, which have universal preschool education, which have every child in public school in Sweden gets a hot lunch no matter who you are or what your income level is, and which have laws limiting the top salaries compared to the bottom salaries in government, that those countries have some of the lowest incarceration and crime rates in the world. It's not a secret Stanford has done lots of studies that where you have economic inequality, you're going to have a lot of crime, and where you have people with meaningful, well-paid jobs, they don't need to do the alternative economy in order to survive. And if you're talking about $2.4 million, just hypothetically, you could give 2,400 kids a $1,000 summer job, and that would really reduce some of the problems you have in the summer. One last thing is, in self-interest, I really hope you pass this because I sue the City of Oakland for your violations of policy. And knowing your track record of not being able to follow your policy, I know that you're going to make stumbles. What will you do when a hacker steals that data, just like they did Neiman Marcus and Target? How are you going to protect your citizens' privacy and information? You can't. You can't. And when you blow it, I'm going to have this record where you were notified of these dangers, and if you purposely, willfully go ahead, I'm going to think as a lawyer punitive damages, and I'm going to tell you as a promise that if that happens, I will file that lawsuit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Max Allstead. I have time ceded to me by Lauren Payne, and I'm in a rare circumstance where I'm in a room full of people that I ordinarily disagree with and I agree with them. If you do a Google search for Jean Quan and transparency, or if you do a Google search for Jean Quan and public records request, you will find 6 or 7 different incidents where media outlets are complaining and the ACLU are complaining that Mayor Quan is breaking public records law and not responding to public records requests. And so I don't understand then why she's so adamant about implementing this DAC, because clearly she understands that she doesn't like being watched by us, but she wants to watch us. I find that incredibly problematic. And I think that you guys are probably going to vote and go forward with this thing. And I don't like the idea of starting a surveillance war, but the fact of the matter is if there's going to be a surveillance war, it should go 2 ways. There's an interesting thing about the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment protects us from you. It doesn't protect you from us. So that gentleman back there with the camera, with the hypercardioid microphone, relatively inexpensive gear. He's got a zoom lens on it. If he was to stand up there, or if I was to take mine and stand up there and point that hypercardioid microphone at you while you're on the dais, and you occasionally whisper to each other and occasionally you pass notes, I would be completely within my legal rights to do so. You would have no Fourth Amendment protection against me doing that. And on the other hand, if a government official or a government employee wants to point the same camera at me, they need a warrant. So we do have some edges here. Hey, how many cameras have you got? 40, right? How many cameras have we got? Consider the fact that we're in a tech-savvy place where we could take all of our iPhones that are capable of taking GPS and timestamp photographs. What happens if every time we spot you on the street, we take a picture of you and we share it and we timestamp it and geotag it? We'll be able to know everywhere you've been that we've seen you. So what I'm saying is, basically, if you are going to insist upon pushing the boundaries of the Fourth Amendment to watch us, we are protected as citizen journalists in watching you, and we need to push the boundaries to do the same to you. Or maybe, instead, we could just not spy on each other and be civilized human beings.
Good evening. I have 2 people before you start that have ceded me time. Charles Hickson, are you there, Charles? Yeah, there he is. And also Ms. Israel, Deb Israel. Yeah, thanks. My name is Alan Brill. I have lived in our District 5 neighborhood for 30 years now in the same house. I've been an activist in our neighborhood and am currently a member of the NCPC neighborhood association called the Glenview Neighborhood Association. We have over 2,000 of your constituents that we communicate regularly with, And we have organized a group of people that have the kinds of concerns that people are addressing here. And we appreciate the fact that our councilman, Noel Gallo, attended a meeting at my house with these people who represent hundreds and hundreds of others, along with Joe DeVries. What we found out, you'll hear more from our people a little bit later. Some of what went on in that meeting, I'm not going to cover it now. You know that our NCPC and our neighborhood association is very concerned about crime. Our concern now, tonight, is that this council is poised to use our concerns about crime and terrorism to steamroll city regulations on contracts, abandon the responsibility for oversight of contractors in the future, and move ahead with something that takes advantage of our concerns and our fears. Failure to assure us that we will know the full intent of DAC is not only legal, but it's also insulting. Now, I want to take a couple minutes here. How many of you have read this report? It's the Brennan Study report. How many of you have? I don't think any of you have. And that is a tragedy. We are your constituents. This study goes over 17 different fusion centers like our NICRIC right across there in San Francisco, where your newly acquired data is going to go no matter what you hear. If not right now in phase 2, it'll be there in phase 3 or phase 4. You can bet on it. And it also covers 19 different local police departments like yours that are going to have control of this information. And you haven't read this 38-page study, nor the 342 footnotes that the NYU's prestigious Brennan Center has collected. How many, I have respect for some of you on the staff. You said we don't have the expertise to develop a decent privacy policy. We don't have the technical knowledge. I respect that, and you've called for a task force to try to put that together. But you guys are apparently going to move ahead tonight without that in place. So I had planned to go through this and show you which are the centers that are just like yours that you don't know about, and I bet you most of the staff hasn't had time to look at, and go over their summaries that say these centers are out of control. They have no standardized ways of attaining their data and keeping it. They have no standardized ways of being able to say who they're going to share this data with. I wanted to go over with you, and I'm going to run out of time, when they say a recent Senate investigation concluded that the quality of information produced by the fusion centers, and you are legs for the fusion centers, and they call this center a fusion center that you're about to go into, and they know a hell of a lot more about it than you do. And it says that this investigation found that police have needlessly intruded into Americans' privacy and impinged on the First Amendment protected activity in the process of doing so. And it gives you all the footnotes you need to prove their allegations. So what we're saying tonight is that where are your constituents? For those of you that are going to vote to go ahead because you're afraid this money is going to disappear. This money is not going to disappear. They'll give you money anytime you want to do their bidding and collect this data. So where are your constituents? We are your constituents. That's the truth of the matter, is that we're the ones that elect you. And so what we're asking, my last statement, I appreciate the extra time, is that we're directing you tonight to please take a deep breath. At least give yourself a couple hours to read the Brennan study so you know what you're wading into. Don't make this a disaster in the name of trying to get us ready for a disaster. Please.
I will continue calling names. Kevin Daly, Mary Vale, Bruce Borton, Austin Crown, I believe, Dustin, Ismail Ahmad, Barbara Lope, Damon Price, Robin Goodfellow, Carter Levin, and Michelle Rubin.
Hi, my name is John Klein. So last week we did receive the framework for the data privacy policy, and that was pretty underwhelming, as we all know. It wasn't 4 or 5 months worth of work we were expecting. I want to point out a couple of things that I think need to be part of it. This is the Port of Oakland Maritime Grant. It is for infrastructure hardening. There's not a word about crime reduction or public safety in the grant document that was submitted, or the guidelines. And so what we need to have is the Port of Oakland brought into this. You've actually been sort of thrown under the bus by the Port of Oakland on this, because they're going to, they want to watch their fence lines and they want to record big rig, double, wrecks on the freeway, but that's not what you're talking about here. So the Port of Oakland needs to be on board with the data privacy policy with regard to how subpoenas are handled, video retention, national security letters, correcting and accessing data. Port of Oakland needs to buy into this 100%. And they just sort of slink around in the corner there, with their, watching the fence line spiel. They need to be on board 100%. We don't want to have people wanting to get records from the city and the port in a separate process, dealing with separate people. So that's one thing. The second thing is, the other people have mentioned this, I mentioned it before, the larger issue of surveillance, a surveillance state. And I just want to point out to you that in the last week, Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement issued their version of an RFP for a nationwide license plate reader database. Just last week. So things are moving forward as we're talking about this. So that was February 12th. February 11th, the Army issued a request for information to data mine social media. The Army did a request for information to data mine social media, and they actually you have to have a secret classification just to get the full packet. That's February 11th last week. So this is moving forward, and you need to wait. You're not ready for this yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
My name is Sarah Karimov, and I was seated time by Bruce Borton, who's back there, and Emily Loftus, who's back there. As a Muslim, I demand you cancel plans for your monitoring center. We're not stupid. We know that the purpose is to monitor Muslims, Black and brown communities, and protesters. This will have a deep impact on our Muslim community. These communities are all monitored in different ways, but all of these ways overlap in our Muslim community. So let's be clear, first of all, why I'm addressing you. Not because I respect your authority, but because you have guns, tanks, a militarized gang of police, and if needed, a military apparatus. This is not proven to be enough to silence us, neither abroad or here within the U.S. Also, for the record, I don't consider you all protectors of our rights. Only Allah and our community protects our God-given rights. You're typically in the way. In fact, our faith says that we not only have a right to resist oppression, we're obligated to do so. Despite centuries of enslavement, genocide, poison peddling, co-opting, policing, droning, incarceration, displacement, vilifying, and all your other tricks, you have not made Muslims quiet. So don't think that your cameras are going to push our heads down. The only thing cameras will do is more clearly expose your iron fist. Now, even if this was just about the port, which we don't believe it is, the port has historically been a powerful tool of the people to slow down your machine, and that's what that language is about. For example, when the U.S. attacked Afghanistan, or when your transportation goons murdered Oscar Grant. This center also comes at a time when you're trying to develop Oakland into a playground and bedroom community for SF professionals. These efforts require you to make Oakland quieter, whiter, and less scary and wealthier. That means getting rid of Muslims, black and brown people, and protesters. You know this, and so do developers. We've heard them in meetings. They're scared. They verbally admitted it. Along with violence, you've tried softer tactics. But we don't find justice in your courts. We don't find education in your schools. We don't find nourishments in your social programs. We find these things in our mosques, our churches, our gatherings, our dinners, our rallies, and our neighborhood corners. And this is also what you need to monitor to protect your power and wealth. You want to make Oakland's history fade away even while you sanitize it and use it to sell the city. You can pave over the blood of the martyrs, but you can't fossilize the spirit of resistance. Terrorist, gang member, provocateur, these are all code words for a person that's in the way of profit and power, both in Oakland and internationally. Beyond economics, though, there is a deeply ingrained fear of the other. This fear comes into play in hindering profit for the rulers, but it is much deeper. It is subconscious. It is structural. So there are two integrated things here at play. Monitoring those you don't want to have power, the other, and hindering their self-determination and their resistance to oppression. But all of us here know all that. So I guess what I really have to say is that this is an extension of the ongoing attack against Muslims and others, and we are obligated to respond.
I'm Mary Vale. I live in the Glenview in District 5. I've been working with Alan Brill, who spoke to you previously. I sent a number of you an email this afternoon outlining some of my broader concerns, but I want to bring forth in my 2 minutes the concerns of long-term residents. My best friend was almost killed at her boyfriend's house in the San Antonio district when a home invasion person broke in. All the police could do afterwards, no fingerprints, no follow-up, is speculate as to whether the toughs down the hill did it. I have people that work with, again, close friends that work with community policing, break-ins, they have cameras, they're reporting stuff to the police all the time. Finally, after the reorganization in May, stuff that happened over New Year's, it's being investigated by the police and the district attorney's office. But most of the time is there are not enough resources, there's not enough community policing. You guys authorized the hiring civilian evidence techs. The city attorney, or rather the city administrator, who's all over moving forward this domain awareness center, is still not hiring those civilian positions that are needed to back up the cops and the detectives. So with that environment, it's really not fair, it's not correct for you to say, well, it'll deter crime. It won't. Staffing up community policing, hiring enough civilian technicians, building better relationships with the community, which is not going to happen when we launch a big spying program on the community. That's what you need to do. And I will share with you the email that I sent to Councilman Gallo, Councilwoman Schaaf, Councilwoman Kaplan, and a number of others. I'm really concerned if you launch, zip in another direction, saying this will help crime, spend a lot of money, expose us to lawsuits, you're going to have a big, difficult time both complying with the NSA and getting Measure Y, which we desperately need to be renewed. So please don't do this. Please pull back. Please do look at the facts.
I'm Robin Goodfellow. Can you hear me? Is it on now? I'm Robin Goodfellow. A lot of our neighbors have been researching video surveillance and found that there is no reduction in crime, as the police do not always follow up even when there is video evidence. To enhance emergency responses, it would be much better to put money to standardizing radios and fire hoses for police, fire, Red Cross in Oakland and surrounding communities. If this proposal would pay for 12 jobs, Could they be 12 extra firefighters? When do the taxpayers get to vote on this? Don't be dazzled by the Fed's startup money. We'll be left with the ongoing bills. Millions a year?
In the name of God, my name is Dustin Cron. Let's give the NSA a second to catch up. Okay, now they're scanning my social media feeds. They're looking at my Facebook, my Twitter, the different things that I did today. And what this center would be doing is it'd be filling those holes that they can't find about me online as I drive throughout Oakland and the area throughout the day, right? And let's really think of how uncomfortable all of us would feel if you're reaching that point. We know that the Bay Area leads in a lot of things in this country, and one of the things we know it leads in is social justice. So you're sitting in a room full of community organizers and people who love justice and people who won't give up the belief that this country can be something greater than a war-mongering machine that it has been for most of its history. Right? And we believe that we as the people who are blessed to live here have to help in guiding that thing. But what are you trying to do by locking us all up under this level of surveillance? I'm one of the founding members of a mosque in the area called the Lighthouse Mosque, and there's a number of us here tonight. And what the NSA would have found is, I wrote an article about why we're here tonight. And why we're here is because our communities are constantly used for these types of situations, right? Like there's a case recently in Oakland here with Matthew Lanza, right? A terrorism case where this young man who was in prison, converted to Islam in prison, was labeled mentally disabled in prison. The FBI entrapped him, right? Said they were going to give him some bombs, and he was going to blow up a bank in Oakland, right? And what can we expect to the continued surveillance of our community? We've seen what's happened in New York, what the spying has done to the Muslim community, where in our mosques, people can't even feel comfortable getting to know one another. There's 15 mosques in Oakland. We don't feel comfortable working with the other faith community to speak about justice, but the Lighthouse Mosque is here tonight to say that we're going to speak about justice, and whether or not you build this center, we'll be there we'll be there protesting the day after it's built. But we pray for a change of heart and that you speak for the justice that many of you ran on these platforms you run from, and not to build this center.
My name's Kevin Daly, and I'm also part of the neighborhood group of Glenview residents. We have concerns about the Domain Awareness Center. We've communicated with a couple thousand people. We also had a meeting with both Councilmember Gallio and Joe DeVries. We came up with a list of items we wanted answers to. So I'm going to repeat some of the list and see whether we have answers. There's a study by the Urban Strategies Council. This study says that the DAC will not reduce crime. Joe DeVries promised to supply this study to us. Let's share the study that shows that DAC will not reduce crime. If Oakland chooses to withdraw from the DAC someday in the future, will there be expenses? Will we have to pay the port or the Fed's money? Joe DeVries promised to investigate this. Is a federal request of the data subject to Section 215 of the U.S. Patriot Act? Will requests have to be turned over to the people, or will they be kept secret? Joe DeVries promised to investigate this. Does communication between the port and the city occur over public networks, which are probably even more subject to being cracked than non-public networks? Will Oakland make future agreements with other agencies? Again, Joe DeVries promised to investigate this. What are the current... Gallio promised, I think, if we did not get good answers, to at least strongly consider postponing the agreement. I'm hoping that he'll follow through with that and postpone making the agreement tonight, because we do not have all the answers that we need. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Carter Lavin. I am a resident of Eastlake. I was a resident in Temescal and involved in the Temescal NCPC efforts. I'm here to say no to the DAC. Hopefully you will too. You will get sued. You will get sued. You will get sued and you will lose. This will be hacked. This will be hacked. This will be abused. This is not only massively illegal, this is laughably illegal. But I want to make it more personal because things have changed. Times have changed, that you have all changed with times. I know Councilmember Kaplan, Mayor Kwan, Dan Kolb, and I'm sure many of the others here, you got started in activism. You got started as people rising up and agitating for change. You got started saying no to power and saying this is wrong. And if the DAC were around, you'd be on a list. If the NSA were around, you would have been on a list. Think to yourself, Mayor Kwan, think to yourself, Councilmember Kaplan and Councilmember Kolb and the rest of you, I'm sure, when was the first time you participated in a protest? How old were you? Were you 15 at an environmental protest? How old were you at the UC Berkeley protest? Imagine the rest of your life, everything you've done, every time you leave your house, every person you talk to, every party you go to, every joke you've ever made outside of your home, every statement you've ever made, every time you've gotten drunk, every cigarette you've ever smoked, every lie you've ever told. Imagine that recorded, noted, because you know what? You're a kid. You said a thing, you're a kid, it was fine. But one day, someone's going to say, you know, let's call up that person's file. That person might have done something interesting. All of a sudden, oh wow, there were these parking tickets. Nothing done about it. Oh, this person made that joke one time. Nothing done about it. This will come back to haunt all of you.
Shut it down!
So I'll keep calling names. Amanda Gilmore, Russell Bates, Janet Napolitano. You guys are having lots of fun with me, huh? George Orwell, Dan S., Sandy Sanders, Mindy Stone, Daniel Borgstrom, Tracy Rosenberg, Jeff Taylor, Wilson Riles, Caitlin Manning, Baruch Chappelle, if I've said that correctly, Mary Madden, Alice Huron, Emily Loftus, Pamela Drake, Jessela Treppert, Steve, Claire Chiefs. I'm sorry if I've said that wrong. Is it Dante Kuro or Dave Caro and Mokhtar? In any order.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your patience in bearing with us. My name is Amanda Gilmore. I'm also a resident of the Westlake District, and I think a lot has been hashed out about the privacy concerns with the DAC. So I would like to address more specifically efficacy, and frankly, I think we're putting the cart before the horse in many regards here. The ostensible reason for the DAC is to protect our security, and that's great. I think we need to be secure, but I don't think that implementing cameras is a way to do it. I think it's a short-sighted and it's just short-sighted. It's a short-term way of thinking. When we live in a city where the high school dropout rate is 37%, I think to dedicate $2 million in maintenance for the DAC is reprehensible. That money needs to be applied to keeping our literacy rates high, to keeping the people who could potentially be criminals in an education setting so that they're less motivated to commit crimes. We need to serve our citizens instead of treating them as suspects right off of the bat. Thank you. Mr. Shakir hit the nail right on the head very much earlier in the program, where he pointed out that when people are well educated, when we are supporting our citizens, we shouldn't need to fear from them if we're giving them the tools that they need to succeed. The Electronic Frontier Foundation and the ACLU, thank you for your comments, by the way, Ms. Lai. have rightly pointed out that to suggest a privacy policy after we're already discussing implementation we're getting ahead of ourselves, frankly, and I'm very concerned that we're not thinking about that. This is not something that we can easily roll back, and I think we need to be very careful about it. One of the fine folks on Twitter made the excellent point that if I don't like the privacy policy of a website, I don't need to visit it, but this is my home, and I don't have a choice not to be in my home if I don't like its privacy policy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is Mindy Stone. I've been here before. In fact, a year ago, when you were considering expanding the DAC initially, and you were in such a hurry to do so to get the funding that was necessary to expand it, I reported on SAIC. I explained to you all of their dirty history, their illegal behaviors, including wasting $5 billion or so on Operation Trailblazer, which was spying on Americans. You all didn't give a damn about their dirty criminal history. You voted for it anyway. In fact, you could barely stand to wait to vote, and as soon as the question was called, you all said yes. So this is really a joke, because you're not considering anybody's privacy. In fact, if I didn't know any better, I would have to believe that maybe you're being blackmailed or something, which is why you're willing to just forego everybody that keeps coming to these meetings on this issue, and you just steamroll over everybody's wishes and demands of you as their representatives, and you just go ahead with passing everything. There may be one or two of you who will be the token, no, we're not going to pass this, I'm not going to go along with this. But as long as there is a majority, as long as it gets passed, there's always allowed to be one or two chosen people who get to look like they're on the side of the constituents in the community. But I think it's really disgusting what the city of Oakland does all the time by invading people's privacies, by allowing the OPD to steamroll over the communities who are people of color predominantly, and in East Oakland and West Oakland, lower income neighborhoods. And the police monitors that apparently Judge Thelton Henderson now is getting rid of the monitor because you don't need two. Well, we know in Boston that the license plate recorders have been tracking people who are brown and black in poor neighborhoods. And you all are going to allow that to be a part of the Domain Awareness Center system here. This is really a disgusting representative government. And you know, Yolanda Wong said she was going to sue the city because I know you're going to pass it tonight. I just know it. But you know, the crime here is that that money doesn't come from you. It comes from the taxpayers. And as much as I believe that that's the only option for people to have their privacy fought for, I think it's criminal. I don't think that if you all had your paycheck attached to these lawsuits, you would do what the constituents say. Vote no.
Hello, Janet Napolitano here. The DAC representatives have said that the systems that are in place, the cameras, don't record and they don't run facial recognition software. Like Jesse said, that's just careful or sneaky wording. Of course the cameras don't record video. That's what the video recorders are for. No matter how it's built, there is going to be video recording and it will recognize faces. I have a feeling that many of the people listening to me are not familiar with national security letters. A national security letter is an administrative subpoena issued by the FBI. There's no judicial oversight, and they can come with gag orders. If you are working with the FBI under a national security letter, you wouldn't be able to talk about it. You wouldn't be able to tell your partners, your friends, what you're dealing with. In addition, the NSA also has been engaged in a lot of domestic surveillance. Sometimes they do it through FISA courts, which have very little adversarial process. And sometimes they just have people that take it. They take the data they want. The Tailored Access Operations Unit breaks in wherever they want data, and they take it. They have a group called ANT, and that group produces tools which break into Dell PowerEdge servers. The tool Deity Bounce, which was revealed in a catalog leaked to Der Spiegel, has a list of tools like Deity Bounce, which breaks into Dell PowerEdge servers. Gourmet Through provides access to Juniper firewalls. Do you think that's for Al-Qaeda, or do you think that's for systems like the Domain Awareness Center? Do you think Al-Qaeda's running PowerEdge servers and Juniper firewalls? So anyone saying that this will not be used for facial recognition or recording video is ignorant. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. Tracy Rosenberg from Media Alliance. You've already heard 30 reasons to vote no tonight. And I'm sitting here thinking what else I can say that hasn't been said already. You can pick any 5 of the 30 that you've heard and use them to change your vote. But I have to say something, so here's what I'm going to say. I don't know where I am. I think that I'm in Oakland, which is the city that, as far as I know, has the most frayed relationship between law enforcement and the people in the community of any city in the entire United States. That's where I think I am. And when I listen to a staff report about first responders coming to the rescue, what goes through my head is half of your city runs when your first responders come. They run and hide. And you don't need me to tell you that. You've received that information from the federal government. You've received that information from courts. You pay out money, taxpayer money, all of the time because of what your first responders do. So listen, the people in this community, all the ones that are here, but also the many, many, many that aren't here, they don't want you to track them and chase them down better. They want you to make their lives better. That's what the money is for. That's what the government is for. That's why you're here. Now, we've been through this in Washington. Mounds of data in government hands does not cut crime. Mounds of data in government hands didn't stop one terrorist incident. Nothing. Nada. People gave reports to committees like this one. They lied. Politicians said things. They lied. You have a Privacy and Civil Liberties Board, did an investigation. Nada. Mounds of data? That's not what it's for. It doesn't make us safer. It doesn't protect us from anything, and it doesn't cut crime. So you tell me what you're pouring $4 million down a drain hole for, because I don't know, and you don't know either. All right, so one last thing. I am in receipt of an email from Mr. DeVries, who I think is sitting over there, and he sent me an email asking me to sit, or consider sitting, on an ad hoc advisory committee that would respond to the concerns of the people of Oakland about this project. Thank you, Mr. DeVries. And I said I would get back to you, and perhaps I will. However, I don't know how to respond to the concerns of the people about this project except in one way, which is what I'm doing now. Shut this thing down.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Taylor, longtime citizen of Oakland. I also work in private security. I have worked in lots of control rooms, the rooms where the camera data all goes to. I have sat in there on very expensive equipment, zooming in on ladies that we thought were attractive around the city, right? I'm admitting that. That's gross. But what I'm saying is that That's what happens in these control rooms. That's the reality. That's what goes on. You pay for all these cameras, all this really fancy, all this data, it's all just coming in, you know. And then you get the guy that you didn't want to pay a union wage to sit in there to look at the cameras and the data, so it's not very useful. But so I have that experience. I'll say it's really you're gonna be paying for guys to pan, zoom, and tilt in on ladies' behinds. That's what you're paying for. That's one aspect of it. Okay, I didn't want to get stooped to that level. But one thing that I found kind of laughable from the guy up here who was making the case, oh, the port, you know, it's just we have all these police and all this stuff, but they just can't communicate with each other. Somehow this data just doesn't get around, you know? Like, it's funny because have you ever listened to a police radio? I mean, at night, you can listen to the police scanner, right? And when I listen to the police scanner, I actually felt, you know, sympathy for my brothers and sisters in law enforcement here. I know a lot of my brothers and sisters out here aren't feeling the same vibe like that. But they go through a lot. I mean, it's rough. They're asked to kind of like be the last social safety net for a society that's falling apart and doesn't want to spend money on education, fixing the roads, infrastructural improvements, right? We're done doing that. We're going to privatize that. We're going to let the Google bus come and do that for us maybe later, you know? So in the meantime, infrastructure falls apart. It's left to the cops, you know, it's just, what I'm saying is, let's spend the money, let's have some vision, let's spend the money on something proactive. Let's, you know, midnight basketball, schools, gardens, organic gardening. Let's move into the future and keep our community safe with organic gardening and dump this camera crap. It's not going to get us anything.
My name is Daniel Borgstrom. I look at this I see this police state stuff around me, all around me, and more of it coming in. And then I stop to think, once, many years ago, I spent 4 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, supposedly defending our rights and freedoms. Now, I'm not going to argue what we really did, whether we're right or wrong or whatever, but that was the belief. A lot of us. I mean, and I was a teenager then. We're all teenagers, I think. But we, at that, all of us in the Marine Corps, but we did believe that we believe in liberty and all that. We did believe that was what we're defending. And now I look around and what has happened? I mean, did we lose a war or something? Have we been invaded, or is this some sort of an inside job, a coup d'etat? I think it's been a very slippery coup d'etat. Now, back in the world I grew up in, they talked about all the bad guys, the bad countries that had surveillance, had police states. They were the bad ones. We were the good ones. And they had the surveillance because they had rotten systems, we were told. Therefore, they could not trust their people. And now I look at this police surveillance, this police state, and why is it being installed? Because we have a rotten system. Our system has become rotten. Is abandoned, strayed from our American traditions, gone far from it, gone bad, and so you feel you cannot trust us. And by the way, you're right, you better not trust us.
Is this the right height? I'm a little short. Like last time, my height is a problem. My name is Alice Heron.
Yeah, get a little closer to the mic.
See? Okay. My name is Alice Heron, and I've been a resident of Oakland for 11 years. And, you know, just to give the cops and the city workers a break here, I was robbed. Yeah, so the people who believe in your First Amendment rights, everybody has a First Amendment right as long as they agree with you. So somebody's up here with a slightly different opinion, so give the respect of the First Amendment. And and so all I want to say is that when I was at a bus stop, I was robbed. okay? And the police came, and I'm sitting in the cruiser as they're trying to take the police report, and I'm hearing over the dispatch, people begging for help, because it's 7 o'clock on a Monday morning, and all these people are victims of crime, and the cops are sitting there helplessly. I felt more sorry for them than I do for me. All right? So what I'm trying to say here is that I'm not really, I went to that meeting that Alan so nicely held, and thank you very much for attending. And yeah, there are a lot of questions that I still need to get answered as well. But I'm not into this argumentum ad hominem, trying to intimidate these people who are just trying to do their job. I'm not into that. Okay, great respect here for the First Amendment. So all I'm saying, councilman, council people, president, whatever, is I am concerned about the budget. I am concerned about the money. I am concerned about if we have outs, if things don't go correctly, because I am concerned about the amount of money. I would love to be able to pay for more city services, including services for children and education. I would love to do that. I just ask you to make sure that you understand the contract, because I do believe that if you're not rock solid on the non-nuclear ordinance, we will get sued. And I just really don't want to spend that money. So thank you very much, and thanks everybody for respecting the First Amendment.
Thank you. Excuse me, please, people. Mr.
Are there a couple
Riles.
of people who would cede me some time?
What is...
And your names, please? I know who he is. One more
the
time.
gentleman who raised his hand.
Michael Rubin.
And I did see more than one. Michael Rubin and... Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Wilson Riles, and it's good to see all of you council members. It's been a while since I've been here. But I think this is a very important and critical issue, and it's really not the first time that the city has faced a similar issue. When I was first elected to the Oakland City Council in 1979, the council had been persuaded by the Federal Justice Department and the Oakland Police Department to purchase a helicopter. In the same manner as with the DAC, the feds subsidized the initial purchase and convinced the port that also the helicopter was going to be of some benefit for them. But the city had to pick up the maintenance and the personnel costs for that, and the port backed off of any commitments it made for fair payment of what was being presented. In fact, the port even currently does not pay this city adequately for the protections it gets from our response personnel. The city had to pick up all of those costs, and the port never stepped up. And the justifications that were used for purchasing that helicopter are very similar to the justifications that are being presented to you here for this technology. And it was bogus for the helicopters, and it's bogus for this technology. It's been very clear that it will not provide the crime reduction or any of the other kind of protections that they're promising. So what are we doing this for? Out of a lack of political courage and a self-inflicted blindness, a lot of the council members at that time refused to look at the issue with any kind of seriousness and allowed the city to get caught in this kind of bag and continue to pay those kind of costs for an inefficient, ineffective system when there are actually alternatives that have a much better and less costly benefit for reducing crime and making our communities safer. Why would we allow ourselves to get suckered into this military terrorist security state? It makes no sense. The evidence of the uselessness of this approach to dealing with people is obvious. And as someone else said earlier, the main problem with the Oakland Police Department is its relationship with the neighborhood and the communities. It's not trusted in the flatland communities. And if you implement this, it's going to be even less trusted. And we will not be able to accomplish the kind of crime reductions from the use of this money that this city needs to bring about. This is a waste. It's a waste. Let's not do this.
Hi, my name's Steve. You guys are about to spend millions of dollars on cameras. It's free to wear a mask, way more subversive. You guys want to know my identity, how I walk, how I look, everything? It's pretty disgusting. Also, from everything I've seen, all the people that have here tonight have said no, and we can see how disgusting a representative democracy is by the end of the evening. We really would need, I would love to see what happened under a direct democracy, a real democracy. Also, this dates back, this debate dates back pretty far. If you're familiar with Jeremy Bentham, a philosopher, he talks about the panopticon. And it was designed, if you're not familiar, it was designed to be a tower in the middle of the room, in the middle of the prison, to watch people. All the prisoners in a circle. And the ideal situation was that they would not know that they were being watched. That's exactly what's going to be happening here. That's what I'm afraid of. I want you to just think about that for a second. What about not even the cameras that you could see, but the cameras that you don't see? Yeah, just think about that. In your pocket, your phone, everywhere. We're just being watched. So I really find it, don't even dare tell me this is about crime prevention. It's not about crime prevention. You go walk down Ghost Town, and I'll go with you and ask all the houseless people there if you want to buy them cameras. No, they want you to buy them food. And by the way, we're under an emergency, a real emergency, declared by the governor, a drought. And you guys, all this millions of dollars, and seriously, none of it for water reclamation, a real emergency? It's a joke. You guys are a joke.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm representing the Wellstone Democratic Renewal Club tonight. I think you got the letter that we sent today. And everyone else has spoken to the issues, the concerns that we're putting the cart before the horse, as everyone has already said. Why are we taking this money and being willing to go ahead with the plan when we don't have the plan for what's going to happen to this information, how long it'll be kept, who will keep it, how they'll use it? And even if we had that plan, does anybody who's looked at what's going on with the NSA, the federal government level, really believe we can trust that and that future administrations may not be so inclined to be concerned about safeguarding our privacy? So the Wellstone Club is full of members who have been involved since demonstrating against the House Un-American Activities Committee, had gone to the South during the Freedom Rides, have been arrested and jailed for lots of things like this, and we will always want to see the protection of our Fourth Amendment rights to privacy. And we want you to think more deeply, as Wilson Riles said. Really, you're getting money for something that's going to end up costing you something, and even though so many of us know we've already given over so much of our information to corporations and that they're probably the real threat that we face, why would we want to engage in this kind of activity also? I think it's something we really have to stop. There's no hurry on this. Please think again.
I called all names. If there is anyone else who would like to come forward and address the council, this is your opportunity to do so, please. And sir, did you sign up?
I did.
I'm over here.
Oh, I did. There we go.
Whenever you're ready, if you could give me your name, please.
Mokhtar.
Okay.
All right. Universal greetings of peace, love, and justice. Assalamu alaikum. I'm going to give you some quick examples of how this translates to people living here in real life. First example is a brother named Rayman Hussein, whose family owns a corner store down on San Pablo and 60th. He's from Yemen, like myself, went to visit his family, and the FBI has offices in Yemen. And with the collaboration between different intelligence organizations and the U.S. Embassy, they took away his passport, and he's a U.S. citizen, and the right for him to come back to Oakland. My father, a couple of years ago, was looking to move into a new neighborhood with my mother. They drove by, and a couple of weeks later, when they were with the police, they looked up my father's name, and they said that a camera had taken a picture of him near a water treatment facility, and that they were suspicious of him because of the way he looked, maybe because of my mom wearing her hijab or her scarf. But for some reason, they took my dad's license plate number. Example of this are Yemeni American citizens in Yemen who are every day afraid of walking out their homes because of drones attacking them. Yemeni American citizens being killed without any jury, without any trial. These are real stories of people's lives every day. 15 mosques in Oakland, thousands of people, hundreds of businesses here. We know that there are over 15,000 paid informants that have infiltrated the Muslim community. We know that there are over 45,000 unpaid informants who have been blackmailed to infiltrate the community. We know that they are recording our conversations. They are having people infiltrate their masjids and have sexual relationships and recording those sexual relationships, as what happened in Irvine, California, and are using those recordings to blackmail people, to infiltrate, and to spy on their own community. I represent thousands of people in this city who are afraid to come to these places. You don't see that many Muslims here today, even though they're target number one. This issue is the civil rights issue of our generation. What happens today will be echoed in the legacy of this city and of this country. I don't want drones to be in our neighborhood here, or in my neighborhood back in Yemen. I don't want people being able to record my conversations with my wife at home, or how I walk around the streets. We have curtains in our living rooms for a reason. We have the right to privacy. It's sacred. And if you guys vote tonight to take away those rights, that basic right, you take away our freedoms, our essential liberty and to live as dignified humans. So I urge you today, on behalf of my family, my community, human community as a whole, to get away from these practices, vote against this, because my community, we want to be here, we want to be able to be present and to voice our concerns, but we can't when we know that voicing our concerns will lead to our mass incarceration and the targeting of our people and our family. So thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear my name called earlier. I'm Susan Harmon. I've lived in the Laurel for 20 years and worked in Oakland during that time. I went, a couple of weeks ago, the League of Women Voters held a small forum on this issue. And what I was most impressed by was the testimony by the police there, who gave example after example of crimes that they said would have been solved better if we had the DAC. But in fact, every example they gave was an example where community policing would have solved it better. And I was enormously struck by the fact that the system we have isn't working very well and clearly needs more investment in both training and in technology, in just getting calls from 911 out to the field and responded to in a timely manner. And I can't imagine how cameras everywhere could possibly help any of that work any better. I think we need to support our police by the traditional methods that we know are time-tested and work. And this is boy toys as far as I'm concerned. And sorry, ladies, but you're playing you're playing a sexist game that is anachronistic. This is idiotic and insulting, and it is indeed the civil rights issue of our day. I say no. Thank you.
My name is Beverly Dove, and I was born in 1947 at the time of the McCarthy witch hunts, which I remember as a child. Now that we look at them with horror, but then they happened. This is happening now. Is it going to be something that we push aside, or is it going to be something that leads to a kind of horror that people look at later with disdain and repugnance? It is your choice and your ability to act appropriately now, to use your consciousness to make a decision, or to act as the automatons and just go along, roll along with it, and be the people that buckled under and let the horror go on. It's your choice and your determination right now, tonight. What are you gonna do?
My name is Russell Bates. I didn't hear my name called earlier either, but nevertheless. I'm a member of Berkeley Cop Watch. I have a camera in my pocket, and I'm glad to see you. What we have here is what I call, though not no eye in the sky to spy on this guy or any of my friends either. We have a situation here where, much like in Berkeley, California, we had a bearcat that the city police and some other people were trying to finagle to the Berkeley City Council. The City Council found out about this. They said, hey, wait a minute. That's not what we thought it was supposed to be about. You're not going to get that. We're not going to have that in our city. So Berkeley, which was referred to in a newspaper article from another state as a suburb of Oakland. Now we're a suburb of Oakland. Okay. That's like the little kid giving the older brother a push up, saying, hey, listen, you do not have to go along with this DAC. There's no way you have to go along. And the physical system, what is that? The physical, oh man, got so many notes here. The Physical Security Information Management. PISM. The first time I heard that, I said, man, that's pissing me off, seeing that there. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. You have the opportunity to stand up to this situation, be it Homeland Security, whether it's whoever is giving you the impetus. Not saying that you're controlled by them, saying you need to stand up to them and say, you don't control me. We are the people. We are the people. We are the people. Thank you very much.
My name is Tally Spiller. I'm a resident of Oakland in the Laurel District as well. I wanted to say that, Thank you. Okay. I just hope you recognize Oakland is a wonderfully diverse and beautiful place, and we elected each of you to make it better. I'm sure you already know that the justice system is disproportionately incarcerating people of color, and I think this system, it's been proven that when people are observed, they act differently. I think this system is going to highlight our differences rather than bring the community together. I think the money could be spent in ways that make Oakland a better place. We can look at after-school programs. We can look at nutrition. There's lots of ways that we can actually attack crime and poverty, which is the root of all of these problems, that doesn't, infringe on our rights. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sahar Musachi. I was going to be sarcastic. I was going to clown around. I was going to be angry. I'm not going to be either of those things. I would like to be dead serious. I'd like to thank you, first of all, for having the patience to listen to everyone. It must be hard. I'd like to tell you about my friend. I had this wonderful friend. He was a few years older than me, and he was wonderful. He didn't know me very well. I don't want to pretend that we were very close, but I read everything he ever wrote. He was a prolific writer. He wrote online all the time. And everything I did in my life, he was there first. He was founding organizations I joined, and to many of us, he was an inspiration. And I want to tell you what happened to him. So one thing that he did was he really believed in a lot of things we believed, and he committed trespassing. He was trained by a legal mind, and he realized that a university network had a policy where anyone can use it for free without signing an agreement. And the university had signed an agreement with a company, JSTOR, that anyone could download an article using that network without signing an agreement. And he put the two of them together, and he said, I could walk up, download all these academic papers, and set them free. He did that, which he committed the crime of possibly trespassing, and he was charged with 30 years of jail. He was going to be a felon for the rest of his life. He was my age. His name was Aaron Swartz, and he killed himself about a year ago, and it was all over the news. You must have seen it. I went crazy when that happened. I was inconsolable. I'm almost done. The thing about Aaron is that I took a lot of lessons from that. I think you could take a lot of lessons from it too. But one thing that I learned from it is that prosecutorial discretion is a really big problem. That one thing from his past was brought up that would normally have gone unnoticed and was used to charge him. He wrote a paper sort of advocating for whatever, and it was used as a smear against him. Of course, you can write anything you want. And the fact of the matter is that Aaron fought against this sort of thing among many other fights he had. And this sort of mass surveillance is what brought him down. And in his honor, I'm here today just to tell you that story. I really believe this is a bad idea, and thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Courtney Wentz. I'm here to speak for some of the population that can't be here to speak for themselves. I'm a teacher. I teach 25 two-year-olds. I often take pictures or video of them during the day so that I can share those moments with their parents that can't be there. Before I do that, I give explicit written consent from their parents, and I'm very clear about how I'm going to use that material. And I don't mind going through all of these steps to ensure their safety and their protection. There's a name for people that surreptitiously take pictures or video of children without consent. They're called perverts. It's not just all of the people in this room whose rights you're about to violate. It's not all of the people who you are supposed to represent. It is also their children. So I would really like you to think about how in any circumstances that's okay.
Good evening. I'm Phil Wolf, and I'd just like to ask what you think the role of a chief privacy officer would be for the city of Oakland. We have officers of the city that are responsible for our physical safety, but as our lives extend into the digital realm, and I just ask you to imagine your lives without your phones for a minute, or the internet, how do you extend the responsibility and roles of the city of Oakland to protect that part of our lives? I don't have an answer for that, but I'd like to have you answer that when you come around to campaign for re-election next year. Thank you.
Shut it down! All right. Is that all the speakers that we've called?
Names
Yeah.
were called.
All right. So now I think we are going to actually have a pretty robust discussion. And I want to thank everybody who's here for generally letting everybody speak. I think this has been a really thoughtful discussion. A lot of very serious issues have been raised. I know we are all grappling with them, and I just want to thank everybody for not shouting us down, and and we can all have a discussion. So we've got various council members in the queue. So we'll start, and I think we'll probably go around a couple of times and also ask questions of the staff on, and including some of the questions that were asked by the members of the public. Mr. Kolb, would you like to start?
Sure, I guess. First, I want to echo what you just said about appreciation for the tremendous testimony we heard from so many people, and this doesn't always happen here, but today it more or less did happen. People gave everybody else a chance to speak. There was people who were passionate, and that's okay, but this was a good, mostly rational discussion, and brought up a lot of very important issues, most, I wouldn't say all, but most of which we heard in previous meetings before, which is to be expected. Since it's the same issue, you hear the same things, and that makes sense. I want to just clarify one thing, and if there's staff here who could respond to this, somebody who is in charge of the money that's being accepted by for the grant, I'm not sure who this would be, but the question is, just a clarification. People said, we should be spending this money on other things, and I just wanted to be clear, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this money is not available for other things. If we don't spend it on this, it goes back to the federal government, and people in Congress will do whatever they want to do with it, and we're not going to see a dime of it here in Oakland. I'm not saying that's a reason in and of itself to do this, but I think it's a misunderstanding if people think we could spend this money for something else, because we can't. I would love to spend this amount of money on Head Start, or youth programs, or reentry programs, or libraries, or anything else for that matter. But that's not an option here, and people should not be misunderstand that. I'm sorry, I'm asking a question of the staff here.
Excuse me.
I can't hear anything anybody just said because everybody's talking at once.
Yeah.
Can I hear the staff?
Thank you. So, Mr. Kolb, you were asking the question.
I'm asking a question of the staff.
That's correct. The funding that we have for Phase 2 of this project, there's a portion of that money, $600,000, that's due to expire, and it's already too late to reprogram that money or request for changes in that money. It has to be expended by May 31st, 2014.
Yeah. It's also my understanding that one thing that our city does try to do very aggressively is to seek grants for all sorts of very good things, federal grants, state grants, mostly federal grants, and I know that the administration and departments have been for years and currently still do, and we hire more grant seekers to seek grants for all sorts of crime prevention programs and investigations and reentry programs and summer jobs programs. We do that already, and we should do more of that, but that's not what's on the table today. That's important to do, it's essential to do, but voting yes or no on this today is not going to impact our ability to get those other grants. We're going to get them or we're not. So, nothing I said was inaccurate just there, and I should realize that. Fine. So I want to also...
Excuse me, Mr. Cobb.
Yeah, sorry.
Folks, I think you're misinterpreting. There are people like me who are seriously considering voting no on this. And if people, and let me say that if this crowd keeps shouting down people who are up here, I am highly unlikely to go in that direction. So the discussion among the public, this has been excellent comments by members of the public. It has been thoughtful. We have listened. If you will now let us have a discussion. Mr. Kolb is just making a factual point, and I'm just asking, let us continue the respect and the listening and that we have been doing for the rest of this evening. So, Mr. Kolb, would you please continue?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I also just want to mention, I know there was a memo that came out dated February 11th, just less a week ago, discussing a subject framework for the discussion of the Domain Awareness Center privacy and data retention policy. And first let me say that, this memo and the effort underway, this memo should have come up 2 months ago, not a week ago. And so I know at least a couple other council members are disappointed in the lag time or the lateness of the effort underway. I want to say that I think the effort underway is sincere. Mr. DeVries and others who are involved with putting this together. I should also say, it's my understanding, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, he's right there. Hi, Joe. That this is really not a draft of a set of policies. To me, this is more like a draft of a draft of a draft. I mean, it's more like some loose initial framework that is far from being anything that one could evaluate as, oh, I like that, I don't like that. And so that's how I see this. And given that, if that's true, and that's how I see this, given that it seems like we're behind schedule in really finding the right set of policies, because I believe that if our city was to have this Domain Awareness Center at one level or another, and I realize there are different magnitudes or narrowness that could happen, as you heard from some people who talked earlier, that we, unlike some other cities, can be a model for the best, strongest, most well thought out data retention and privacy set of policies. Because whatever happens here today, other cities, some already have, and other cities that haven't will be creating these kinds of things, maybe even much bigger than these. If those cities don't have some model data retention and privacy policy to look to, then they're not going to have anything to look to. They're not going to do anything, So we have if we go forward with this, we have
Quiet in the gallery, please.
If we go forward with this, we have, I think, an opportunity and even an obligation to do it the right way. That's narrowly crafted in terms of the size of the DAC to start with, and that has the best, strongest model of data retention and privacy policies that we could muster. And I suspect, as we are requiring already, that before you could, quote, flip the switch in July or October, whenever it's going to be ready, if this goes forward, that these policies have to come back to us, the council, for final, not just approval, but, you know, I suspect that we're going to be adding more things in there beyond what the administration gives to us in terms of restrictions, and that we have to approve the final draft of those policies, and including consequences for abusing them before anything could be turned on as a DAC. So I just wanted to say that. I know there's some discussion of added language to the resolution that would create a narrowing of what was anticipated in terms of the size or combination of things, which I would tend to support that kind of effort at this point. And I really do, I think I gave you 5 names, including Mr. Rosenberg's name, to follow up to suggest possible people to be on the DAC, I'm sorry, on the ad hoc advisory committee for the data retention and privacy policy. I think we need to make sure that we have some genuine experts and privacy advocates, experts on that committee if this goes forward. And so I think I'll probably have other questions and discussion later on, but I want to just kind of start the ball rolling, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kalb. Councilmember Schaaf.
Okay, I also had some questions for staff. I'm sure we'll come back. Well, since Mr. DeVries is up there, I'll start with the privacy policy questions, and then, but I do have some technical questions as well. I joined Councilmember Kalb in being very frustrated with how long it's taken to get started, and I was also a little disappointed in wording in the memo saying that we're using new and aggressive forms of public participation to craft the policy when, I agree, when we're having a 30-day comment period and we're using Engage Oakland, which, while a great platform, still has limited outreach, and then our neighborhood crime prevention councils. So I encourage us in the future to get with the rest of the very progressive thinking about what public participation means, which is to engage the public before you've got a draft policy from the very beginning. So, you know, there's some great work out there, models of public participation. I'd like to see us evolve further. Also, I also submitted some suggested names, and it would be good to hear back from staff about whether or not my suggested names were in fact contacted and requested to serve. So that would be great. And regardless of what we do tonight, even if we vote no on the resolution in front of us, we still need to develop this privacy and data retention policy. There's collection of data that is going on in this city without any such policy in place. And so regardless of what we do tonight, that group has got to be put together and should do the work of not just looking at, again, if this goes forward, what is in the DAC, but our other forms of data that we're collecting, and specifically I'm really interested in the license plate recognition data, which we have found is stockpiled for years. I know that that's potentially not part of this project, but that needs to be looked at. My next questions are more of a technical nature. So I don't know if Asan maybe would be appropriate.
Did you want me to answer about making contact?
Sure.
Yeah, I reached out to almost everyone that I got information on from your office and from Councilmember Kalb and from the mayor. A couple of emails I need to track down, but I have reached out to everyone on the list but 4.
Okay.
And I'll continue to reach out to gather a pool of people that are interested in serving on an ad hoc committee.
Okay. And the 4 people were not reached out to?
I just didn't have contact information.
Okay.
I'll get it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Begg, thank you. I just want to specify that what is specifically in front of us tonight is the phase 2 of this project. Phase 2, if I understand it correctly, includes no cameras and no video surveillance systems.
That is correct.
Okay. So if we just vote no on what is in front of us tonight, we potentially lose an opportunity to tighten what has already been done. And I don't think, you're going to be interested in this, I don't think people fully understand that phase one, which has the 40 traffic cameras, the port perimeter cameras, all the cameras have already been done. So we have an opportunity tonight. So we have an opportunity tonight to limit the expansion of those systems. And so as we go around and discuss this tonight, I hope that we potentially, I cannot think if I've got somebody talking above me.
Hold on, Ms. Schaaf. Just to let you know, when everybody is talking at once in the crowd, we can't pick out what anybody is saying. So if you're trying to answer back to her, we can't hear it. It's just noise. So could we let her just talk? And gentlemen, no, you need to stop talking. Thank you. Folks, can we please continue the discussion now? Ms. Schaaf has the floor.
So as I was saying, we have an opportunity tonight to ensure that what has already been done is in fact limited and not expanded in either numbers or locations or technology or capabilities. So as we discuss this tonight, I ask that we as council members consider placing those limitations on what has already been done, and that includes the first phase of this project, which has more of the city pieces to it, the 40 city traffic cameras, specifically ShotSpotter, City GIS. Those are the things that I would hope we limit tonight. What is in this second phase, the piece that is in front of us tonight, it includes the port GIS, the port vessel tracking system, the port truck management system, and then here's where I have some questions. Police and fire CAD data and police and fire records management system. If you could explain what would that information be used for?
Sure, through the chair. So all the systems we have listed in phase 2, these are all data systems. They are existing systems. Some of the systems you already talked about, Councilmember Schaaf. The computer-aided dispatch system is the 911 system. It will provide the capability, and I will maybe in fact ask Deputy Chief Brashear to talk more from the functionality perspective, but more from the technology perspective. This is the information sitting within the CAD, but really not providing the value to the first responders when they are responding to an incident, linking that information with GIS, linking that information with ShotSpotter. They don't have that capability. The DAX system will provide that capability of having this common operating picture, of real-time providing the call for service information, including the records management system. A lot of time, firefighters, they are entering into a building without knowing enough information about that building, not knowing the previous repeat incidents happened at that building, not having linking, any sort of a hazmat is stored at that building. A lot of those scenarios are going to be integrated into this new system. And DC Brashear, if you want to talk about it.
My other question, if there's anything to be added, is the information in these systems already public information, or is any of this not public information?
CAD and police and fire CAD, partially it is public information that is also available. Some of the information is public, but most of information is law enforcement sensitive.
Mr. Brashear, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, good evening. Eric Brashear, Deputy Chief, Bureau of Field Operations. So Hassan described it pretty well. Really, this is, as you stated, it does not include any additional cameras. It does allow us to fold in this information from CAD and RMS as described, where we can use data that currently exists in systems we have and coordinate it with the video that is already in the system in phase 1. So in other words, like Hassan was explaining, we have something happen at the port. Cameras are looking at it. We're taking the CAD information of previous calls, other information that's come in from callers, RMS, records management system, as to where we've been before, information on where fire trucks are located and potentially where police cars are located, so we can visually look and see what is happening based on the cameras, what information are we receiving, and how do we best respond.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Schaff?
Yes.
Could I interrupt and ask a further question, Chief Brashears? So when you said all that information is coming in, to whom is it coming in?
Well, currently our CAD and RMS system, our records management system, really sits in our field-based reporting. So an officer writes a report, it gets approved, and it goes into our records management system. There it's maintained, and it's held under the ability to look at it under public records request, and what's available is available and what's not is not.
No, but for what you just described as this system where, let's say there's something happening at the port, somebody's trying to break into the port fence or something, and you said that more kinds of information would be available. And what I'm trying to find out is who is then able to access that? Is that is that somebody in the EOC, in the Emergency Operations Center? Is it the people at the 911 center? Is it a commander somewhere? Where is that?
The answer is all of the above. These are systems we.
Folks, if the shouting continues, we're going to have to clear the room. Folks, we'd like to continue the discussion, but if this keeps up, we're going to have to clear the room, and we'll just continue. All right. Sir, if you don't stop interrupting everybody, we're going to have to clear the room.
So the answer is all of the above. We currently have access to information, but not in a coordinated effort.
All right, gentlemen, but we can't hear ourselves, and I make clear. All right, we would like to continue the conversation. Ms. Schaff, you had the floor, and if you'd like to resume.
I did also want to ask some questions that I would think people would be interested in hearing the answers to about some of the other feeds that are part of this Phase 2. These might be questions for Ms. Domingo. Web EOC notifications, I assume that stands for Emergency Operations Center, but if you could be a little more specific. Police and fire vehicle location, I assume that lets us locate where our vehicles are, so we know where our first responders are. NOAA weather alerts, USGS earthquake information, and then I assume news feeds and alerts are just public information off of television.
Yes, Web EOC is a new software that we just acquired for our Emergency Operations Center, and what it is a management tool for people in the Emergency Operations Center. If there was a large disaster, what it does is help you track it from the beginning to the end, and you're updating the information regularly. Resource requests go through that system to the county and then to the state if we needed assistance from FEMA or from State Office of Emergency Services. That's why we bought that system. So that would be part of the domain awareness system. USGS alerts are seismic alerts. We have seismic sensors around the city of Oakland so that when there's an earthquake, we get alerted sooner than the general public would get alerted. We'd have about a 15 to 30 second advance warning so that we can alert our fire stations so they can make sure their doors go up so they can respond. So we have that capability. And then NOAA is the National Oceanic Atmospheric Weather Service, basically, to monitor weather. Usually if there's like a hazardous materials incident that happens either in the city or on a freeway where we respond, it's important for us to know what the weather conditions are, especially if it's a chemical plume, so that we know which way the winds are blowing and which way things can move.
Okay, so that will conclude my questions right now. I'll be interested to hear the rest of the conversation. I would like to note that in our previous resolution, we specified types of future technology that would be allowed in this center. In doing that, we were a little more expansive than the actual items that are currently planned for Phase 2 and are already in Phase 1. And one thing I will say is I cannot approve moving forward unless we tighten that restriction to only the sources that are already in Phase 1, and I mean very specifically including that map with the actual traffic cameras, only those 40 cameras that are already in, no more, no other locations, no different technology. Additionally, I would be interested in seeing very specific protections that any approval would be contingent in the contract of a liquid damages provision if the contractor is unable to meet the deadline, and full indemnification if this contractor is in fact found in violation of our nuclear-free zone ordinance. We have gotten assurances that they are in compliance, but if the company is so confident of that, they should fully indemnify the city if it is found they are not. Finally, I think we also would be wise to make clear that any approvals tonight do not commit any city resources for this, that if we are brought any requests in the future to commit any funding, that we see a large participation that represents a fair share from the Port of Oakland, which is the primary beneficiary. I may have further comments later, but I just wanted to get those questions out, and I'll be interested to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Schaaf. Next is Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you. Ms. Domingo? Through the chair, can you tell me what's the Bay Area Urban Area Security Initiative?
The Bay Area Urban Security Initiative is actually approval, I guess it's an advisory and approval body that manages the Homeland Security funds that come into the Bay Area. It's represented by the cities of Oakland, San Francisco, and San Jose, and it represents the 10 counties in our Bay Area. It represents roughly 8 million residents.
Does it have anything to do with developing a security plan regionally for Port City?
Actually, that's a separate body. There's a Northern California Area Maritime Committee that does all the port security related security plans.
And so what is the San Francisco Bay Area region-wide risk?
That one is more related to land side. There's a water side committee that deals with all the maritime, which includes the Coast Guard and Border Patrol and all those different agencies and different ports within our region. There's a couple of ports that are represented: Oakland, San Francisco, Sacramento, and I believe there's one down south. And they deal with anything that's related to the waterways, anything port security related. And then there's a Bay Area Urban Area Security Initiative that deals with all the city side things, city or county infrastructure, critical infrastructure, like stadiums, airports, cities, schools, etc.
What was the criteria that was used for the initial grant that was funded for this?
For the DAC Phase 1 grant was an ARA port security grant.
Mm-hmm.
So we partnered with the Port of Oakland to apply for the funds for the Domain Awareness Center, because that was one of the areas under port security that the Department of Homeland Security was supporting for funding. That's one of their top priorities, is maritime domain awareness.
So there were 4 funding priorities, and one was activities that enhance maritime domain awareness, It was activities that enhanced improvised explosive devices and weapons of mass destruction, prevention, protection, response, and recovery capabilities. It was efforts supporting implementation of a transportation worker identification credential,
Yes.
or 4 was the construction or infrastructure improvement projects that are identified in each port, maritime technical operations or shipping carrier's port-wide risk management plan and or facility security. And so it was all based around port activity, and then somewhere along the way, we broadened the scope.
That's correct.
And so I thought that the remarks from the person who spoke from the ACLU were interesting, that we pulled this back to what it was originally for, what we have been told since 2009 that it was about, and that was port security.
That's correct.
And that it not be as broad, and that we work this out and make sure that it works from a port perspective, because it was supposed to protect our port operations and protect us from terrorist attacks. And so it's interesting, because as you start to look at word choice and you start to look at the info memo, and I thought it was really interesting that a topic like this would come out in an information memo, and that a supposed framework for discussion about a data retention policy has no framework in it at all for the policy, and that there's only 2 public meetings that are scheduled and a 30-day comment period, and it being provided to a very limited population for vetting. And then in the information memo, it says that the council members were supposed to give names for the advisory committee, and it was represented here tonight that the public safety committee members were supposed to give names to this ad hoc committee, and I know nobody approached me to see who I was interested in having sit on this. The information memo talks about exhibits that are supposed to be attached to it, that one is the camera that are supposed to be included in this process, and 2 is under the sanctions provision, an administrative instruction, which isn't attached to the memo. And so I really think about the things that the city implements and how well we do them. And so it seems that we've gotten a little bit broad in terms of the policy that we're supposed to be looking at, that we have not been as transparent as we should probably be on an issue like this, that far more vetting than 30 days and the limited outreach that is being talked about should be done, because it looks like we're going through the process of making it look like we've had public participation when there isn't true public participation. If we really wanted to have people vet a framework for discussion for a data retention policy, then we would have put some draft of the policy out there so that people could have meaningful dialogue around it, but that wasn't done. It is a little bit troubling to me that most of the stuff that we come out with has come from staff, and then it goes through the public process. And when I say the public process, that is that it's noticed with the appropriate noticing period, and then a meeting like this where it's supposed to be vetted, and it's not really vetted. To say that we'd want to have an indemnification from the proposed vendor tonight, if we're sued on this because they're so sure. Our staff report says that they don't violate the nuclear-free resolution if it's not current work. And so, like, we would judge people only on what they're doing right now, and that their previous history has no impact on anything. And so we aren't being honest in the dialogue when we say that that we don't look at past history, because we do that all the time, supposedly in contracts. And so to not do it based on this one is a little bit interesting to me. And so the staff report talks about that it doesn't talk about past, that because it's not past, and that the language of the ordinance talks about present tense, that somehow everything's okay. And so I think that there's work to be done. I think that we need to pull this back a little bit. I understand the coordination for the port operations, but I think that we need to pay close attention to what we're doing here and not be in such a rush and not go through the normal processes, because this becomes very serious. When you say that it doesn't talk about license plate readers or facial recognition, what the framework for discussion talks about is nothing can be approved without the council approval. And so a whole lot of things can be put in there. But until we know with certainty, and not having all of the documents attached to that info memo, that info memo never went to committee so that it was vetted properly, is a mistake, and a mistake that this council should not tolerate. I hope that we will pull this back, that we will put it in a fashion that we can move forward on the port activities as it was intended when we started this, and look down the road if there's something more we need to add to it. But I think that we are not doing our residents the proper service if we move full steam ahead with a full-blown program that we are ill-equipped to manage.
Madam
Madam
President,
Mayor,
in this one, I had a follow-up question for Councilmember Brooks. Do you want us to wait until everyone, or just?
You had a question for Councilmember Brooks?
Yeah.
Yes. Go.
No, just
go ahead.
in terms of what you meant by the terms in terms of pulling that back. Did you mean not to move? Could you explain what that meant?
I like the recommendation from the ACLU that we do a program that is specifically geared to a port or maritime domain awareness program, but not the expansive domain awareness.
All right. Thank you. So we're going to continue. We'll continue the discussion down here. Mayor Kwan, you are in the queue, but do you want to hear the concerns of all the council members and then speak, or would you like to speak now?
I'd be happy to wait until the council members speak.
Okay. Councilmember Kaplan, Pro Tem Kaplan.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to all the speakers. Actually, I agree with much of what Councilmember Brooks just said, so I'll try not to be just repetitive. Because I've been rereading the 2009 report, and the 2009 report not only was an informational memo, not a request for the City Council to vote to authorize anything, it was an informational report regarding the city's role in the Port of Oakland application for port security grant funds. So the original report does not say this is a city project at all, says it's a port project, doesn't even ask the council to vote to authorize it, which would only have made sense if it was a port project, which the city was only as a pro forma pass-through agency handling, but it would have made no sense for the original 2009 item not to have been in action if it had been contemplated at all that this was going to be a serious city operation rather than purely a port operation. As the original grant states. And in addition to naming it as a port-led project in the original memo, it says the ongoing costs will be borne by the participating and affected stakeholders. And so given that this was originally framed as a port-led project, I wanted to re-ask a question I asked separately of the city attorney's office earlier, because I want to make sure that it's clear and that I understood correctly that despite the fact that the 2009 memo says this is a port-led project and says that all the stakeholders will participate, if and when we are sued, what is the cost-sharing agreement between the city and the port for handling liability and litigation costs?
So, Councilmember Kaplan, through the chair, I'm not aware that we have a cost-sharing agreement with the port regarding liability.
And your understanding is that the city would be paying 100% of the litigation and liability costs?
No, I couldn't answer that. I'm sorry. I would have to look closely at what the relationships are between the parties, who has the information, who has control, and so forth.
Ms. Kaplan, could I also suggest that we ask staff, since 2009, the report you're referring to, there have been subsequent actions where the city did take that on. And so maybe we need clarity, because 2009 was not the end of the story.
I'm sorry, I'm referring specifically to the costs. It says the costs will be borne by the participating and affected stakeholders. And when I asked earlier today if that meant that the port would be on the hook to share liability costs, I was told no, that does not.
But I know,
not be.
My point is that
that line about costs may have been supplanted.
Yes, that the 2009 report that you're reading from was superseded by a subsequent act of the city council, and perhaps the city staff could clue us in about did the city take on these responsibilities? Yeah, did we somehow change that relationship between the city and the port? Yeah, and well. Yeah.
No, in the PowerPoint that we did earlier today, one of the slides was the legislative background slide.
Yes.
And it stated that on June 17th and June 23rd, 2009, we did do an informational report on the DAC concept and joint application for the ARA Port Security Grant funding. But then on July 13th and 20th, 2010, that's when we received the actual grant funding from the ARA grant, $2.9 million. We came back to the council for approval to accept and spend the ARA grant funding and to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Port of Oakland.
And so, Ms. Domingo, so it was the city of Oakland who was accepting the money?
We were accepting the money from the port. We're the subgrantee. The port was the recipient of the funds.
And so did that report change this statement regarding the ongoing cost responsibility?
The stakeholders, I believe at that time, if I'm understanding the question correctly, in 2010 would have been the city and the port would have been the key stakeholders.
So this line has not been explicitly amended to cancel out what was said in 2009 regarding cost sharing?
No, we would share. There would be an equal cost sharing. That was the idea.
Okay, I've now gotten 4 answers to this question.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Certainly.
Because typically when we do cost-sharing agreements with the port, we have a cost-sharing agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm at a loss as to how we have a cost-sharing agreement with respect to litigation when we have no cost-sharing agreement.
We don't have a cost-sharing agreement that I know of related to litigation. I know what we have is a memorandum of understanding to move forward with the project with Phase 1 and now with Phase 2. And the only part or area where we start talking about cost sharing is when we would come back to talk about staffing. And we haven't come forward to the council with that discussion yet. So there is no MOU about cost sharing.
So who is paying in what proportions for the additional police officers for this meeting in terms of the cost sharing between the stakeholders? What is the cost sharing ratio between the participating parties?
I can't answer that question.
It's a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll make it a statement rather than a question, which is that we have a real crime problem in this city. And I think it is unconscionable to continue to waste law enforcement resources on council meetings when we have murders that need to be solved. And I apologize to our officers that you've been assigned to sit here all night. I know it's not your fault, and let's not blame them personally. These are very hardworking people. But every time we have one of these meetings, we end up with all these officers being reassigned away from crime fighting, and the costs are not being shared with the other applicant on this grant. And so, frankly, at this point, my biggest concern is how much resource, time, and effort and personnel this involves diverting away from fighting crime for this purpose. If something can be crafted to pull this back to the maritime use of the original grant, I'd be interested in hearing that language. And for now, I will stop my comments at this point. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to ask some questions. I do support the original purpose of this to protect the port, and to the extent that it could also be useful for things like earthquakes and having and actually I'm fine with the striking truckers too, but the being able to sort of see what's going on out there so that firefighters and other first responders who are responding to some major incident, natural disaster, hazardous waste spill, that kind of thing, that would be good. But I do think that this system has, because it potentially has a lot of capabilities, everybody's imagination kind of got carried away with all the things we could use it for. And initially, this system had nothing to do with fighting crime in the sense that we usually think about it, in terms of armed robberies on the streets or shooting in East Oakland. That's not what this system was for. It is true that video from a lot of private cameras, it's 7-Elevens and gas stations and whatnot, has been very useful in identifying murderers and all sorts of things in the past. But that's not what this system was about initially. And I am worried about sort of the mission creep on this. And I do think that it needs to be contained, particularly because we are not really even close to having a real privacy policy. And I think, especially for those of us who are not technically inclined and don't understand the IT world, it is very difficult to know what the capabilities of these systems are. It's very difficult for us to know how to control them. And it makes me nervous because I know I don't know that stuff. So I am also concerned about ongoing staffing. I mean, I kind of feel like we got this big Christmas present of here's a bunch of money, but you can only use it for this one thing. No Head Start centers, just a domain awareness center. And so we get the money for the infrastructure, and then because we sunk so much money into the infrastructure, then we feel like, oh my God, we got to keep it going. We can't let it be wasted. And so, I mean, we've seen this before, and I am worried about going down a path where we're not really sure, why, what it is we really want to accomplish with this system, and how much staff is it going to be. And it's not just the person sitting in the room with all that video stuff. It's all the IT people. It's the people who have to process the public records requests, which are going to be plentiful. It's going to be the lawyers defending a lawsuit. So I mean, just fiscally, I think we need to be, you know, a little more conservative about this. I am interested in the statements of both Ms. Schaaf and Ms. Brooks about sort of pulling this back in to focus on the port and these very specific things that were named in the phase 2 that, you know, aren't to me problems, like, you know, keeping track of where the police and fire vehicles are, and the port truck management system, and the port vessel tracking system, and all those, the USGS earthquake information and all that. I'm fine with that part. So I am interested in a specific proposal that would tighten this up so that we are not sort of marching down the generalized path of, you know, adding BART cameras and, you know, other kinds of cameras. I just don't think we're ready for that. So my thoughts are not real focused here, but so Ms. Schaaf, if you, we have other people in the queue, but I think you have written up actually something fairly detailed. Are you going to, if you're going to make a motion, I am interested to entertain it. But so those are my thoughts. We also have in the queue Mr. Gallo and Ms. McElhaney, who have not spoken yet. Should we? Mr. Gallo, you want to go? Thank you. We hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. If I can call the staff police up to the microphone, Ms. Domingo and also Mr. Joe DeBreeze. All right. So I think that, you know, it's very clear in terms of the discussion, and we've had plenty of time to research, you know, to visit the current emergency center, to communicate, to check, to see what LA's doing, Long Beach is doing, and to New York, and be able to understand what their surveillance center or awareness centers does and what the importance is. So for me, it's very clear today in terms of where the council is. So I am willing to put as a motion, but I need the staff to respond that the RFP clearly dictates that it's a city port awareness center. Right, the initial original purpose is to involve the maritime of the port activity. Am I correct? Right? Okay, now let me hear from them.
The original application was a joint project, city port domain awareness.
So it's a city port activity, and I'm referring back to ACLU. So for me, I am willing to, you know, make that motion to be able to support that activity. But what's in front of me today is approving Schneider Electric to be the contractor to do the work, to get the installation of technology and so forth. Am I correct? That's what you're asking for us to do.
That is correct.
So even if I was to just focus on the port activity, I would still need the contractor to do the work. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
So then the second piece, and this was what ACLU is very aware, in speaking with the State Attorney
I'm sorry,
General.
why is that correct?
Pardon?
Why is that correct?
To implement phase 2 of the DAC contract?
I thought his question was to limit it just to port, to serving the port.
Okay,
Maybe I misheard your question.
Okay. So the port activity is a priority that we're trying to accomplish, right? But in order for me to even do the port activity, I need a contractor to actually get the work done. And if you read what they're asking for us, it clearly says Schneider Electric is a contractor that they're recommending based on the analysis, the research, and this is the contractor the staff's recommending. All right, so that's one action that's right in front of you. Now, the second action is to really be able to say to our staff, we're going to focus on the port activity, and that's what you said, and you have said, and Rebecca's saying in many ways. If we're to expand the camera operation, whether it's downtown, which are city cameras, or down in the neighborhood level, that is a separate council decision. But at the same time, it would give us time to define, debate, and clarify what a policy, and this is where the memorandum states, a privacy and data retention policy that'll take time for us to develop in addition to creating the oversight committee.
Yes.
And once you create that and you clearly define a policy, then this body, if we choose to entertain additional cameras, neighborhood cameras, then that's our call, because it clearly states that nothing will happen without the city council approving it. So at this time, what I am willing to put on the table as a motion, that we stay focused on working with the Port of Oakland in terms of the maritime activity with the Awareness Center, and also, recommend that Schneider Electric be the contractor to get us to that level. And that we would continue with developing a privacy and data retention policy that clearly defines what we're asking to do in the future. But the bottom line is that the oversight committee and this city council has the final approval in terms of what actually gets done. Okay? And so that's my recommendation as a motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Gallo. Councilmember McElhaney would. Yeah. Okay, so the motion was not seconded, but I think we hear where you're coming from, Mr. Gallo. Councilmember McElhaney, are you ready to speak?
I will attempt to do so. Thank you, Madam President. There were several questions to the staff and the administration initially. Before I give my remarks, I wanted to follow up on a few of the questions that were raised by the audience earlier tonight. If I can go back to that. If we can please draw a distinction between the function and the goals of the DAC versus that of a fusion center. There were several speakers that came up tonight, and there were some allegations that when staff says that this is not a fusion center, that in fact it is. If we can please clarify what the DAC is, how it differentiates from a fusion center, or if it is in fact a fusion center.
So the Domain Awareness Center is strictly limited to the City of Oakland and the Port. That's what the agreement is. The agreement is for the City of Oakland and the Port jointly to utilize the Domain Awareness Center to help with response and prevention for a major incident at the port or other critical infrastructure in the city. I think what we've discussed is that the port somehow is separate from the city, and I think what I want to reiterate is that the port is part of the city. We are, the police department and the fire department are the first responders for the port. You can't look at it as being a separate entity. There is nobody to respond there except for OPD and OFD. What Phase 2 calls for is additional information we're currently using, better organized to help response to a port incident. A fusion center, this does not have the inclusion of federal agents, federal agencies that are staffed inside there with intelligence information. This merely has cameras that were already approved in Phase 1, and it's clear what those cameras are. And Phase 2 lets us bring in data to help us respond to a critical incident at the port. We are the first responders to the port.
So, Mr. Bashir, So, Mr. Bashir, what you're saying is the distinction between the DAC and a fusion center is the inclusion of federal authorities?
I think, and also the inclusion of the intelligence data that may be shared amongst them. This is not that. There are fusion centers throughout the country, but this is not set up to be a fusion center. This is set up to be a joint operation between the city and between the port to help, again, better respond to an incident that may occur down in that area and at other critical infrastructure.
Thank you for the clarification. To your knowledge,
okay, Excuse me, ma'am, you do not have the floor. Ms.
I'd appreciate a little respect so I can get through the questions and to make sure that the questions that were raised by speakers earlier get addressed. If Mr. Beshears, to go back to the question with respect to the Fusion Center, to your knowledge, is there an opportunity, once data is retained by the port or city authorities in the DAC, that federal agencies may, by subpoena or without subpoena, secure the information that is collected and gathered in the DAC?
I do not know that. I can't answer that. That's a legal question. I can't answer that.
Is Mr. O'Brien from the port still with us?
Excuse me, Ms. McElhaney, I couldn't even hear the question.
I will restate the question. Is Mr. O'Brien from the port still with us? Good evening, sir. The question that I raised, Mr. Beshears drew a distinction between the DAC and the Fusion Center by saying the aggregation of other federal agencies are in the Fusion Center and the collection of data for various purposes, that would be the distinction. My question was, once information is gathered in the DAC, is there anything that prevents federal agencies from securing that data with or without a warrant?
I think there'd be a definition of information sharing agreement between the city, the DAC, and any agencies that we share information with, except in an emergency situation. In an emergency situation, we want to share information with other agencies that have a capability to respond and support us to respond in our own area of responsibility. So if there was a threat on the waterway, we'd certainly want to relay that information to the Coast Guard, to Customs and Border Protection, so that they could look at what they've got for their picture and respond appropriately to support the city of Oakland.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. I think what I'm attempting to distinguish is between the emergency operation as we would see in the EOC with natural disasters or other man-made disasters, firestorms and those kinds of things that the city has suffered, versus maybe the intelligence gathering. Several members of our Islamic community have spoken tonight about the tyranny of overreach by certain government agencies. I'm asking you, if you have knowledge with respect to whether or not those practices can abuse the stated intent of the DAC.
We have no agreements with any intelligence agencies to be able to reach in and get our information out of the DAC. I can tell you that.
Okay, I do appreciate that clarification. I have another question for you. Earlier this evening, Councilmember Brooks listed several different governing agencies or collaborations that govern the Bay Area. Does the establishment of the DAC bind us in any ways to these existing partnerships and agencies that we have? The urban strategies, there were several of them that Ms. Domingo could speak to. So does the establishment of the DAC already bind us because of prior agreements to sharing information or cooperating with these other interagencies collaborations that we have in existence?
Well, we applied for the grant through FEMA, through Federal Emergency Management Agency. That was filtered through the Area Maritime Security Committee, who has a plan. They have a strategic plan and looked at the risks. This particular project scores out pretty high on the risk mitigation category that they use to score all the projects that are put in. So that is the AMSC, the Area Maritime Security Committee, is the group that gets together and looks at all the projects Bay Area wide, and they're put in from several ports, several response agencies to see which ones score out the best on risk mitigation. So the AMSC certainly has an expectation that we share certain information, threat information. Like I said earlier, with the Coast Guard and the Customs and Border Protection, those agencies, look at cargo coming in, look at ships coming in, determine if there's a threat.
Mr. O'Brien, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have you lean into the mic a little bit so that I can hear you over the crowd. I really do need, and I believe the public needs to hear your response.
So I think there is an information sharing expectation, but that would be codified in information sharing agreements that we would agree to here. So there's not a requirement to share information. It makes sense that if there's a maritime suspicious incident, that we would obviously share that information with the Coast Guard, and they would share it with us as well.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Earlier this evening, we talked about the origin of proposal, the grant agreement, starting and originating with this maritime use, and then it expanded into something beyond, into the city's, the 40 additional traffic cameras. Can you explain to me what was in the mind of the port, or maybe it was driven by the first responders, in terms of expanding the scope away from just the port side to include traffic cameras throughout the city as indicated on the map?
Well, I think the first recognition was that the port has the infrastructure, the city has the first responders, as Deputy Chief Brashears was saying. You have the fire and the police response, you have the EOC, you have dispatch. All that's coordinated to respond to emergencies that happen potentially in the port or anywhere in the city for that matter. They respond to the entire area. So we leverage the Port Security Grant Program to get the federal funding in here to enhance the EOC with the Domain Awareness Center capability that would support both critical infrastructure protection at the port and could also be leveraged to expand into city first responder improvements. So it was kind of a combination of both. We used the Port Security Grant funding and the Port of Oakland to bring this money into the city to help all of us.
I do appreciate the creativity. I do appreciate the creativity in terms of trying to help the city leverage its scarce public resources to activate additional security measures, particularly as it relates to any types of attacks that we might endure here. I think a speaker earlier this evening talked about us not being at tsunami risk, but those of us who are watching climate change know that we have a sea level rise and a problem here that we've been trying to get on the public docket that goes back at least 10 years with respect to trying to make sure that we can be safe in the event of natural disasters. This is an area, when we look at the risks associated with this beautiful city that we call home, both in terms of fire danger and other vulnerabilities, including being on a couple of earthquake faults. So I do appreciate that. There's some attempt to bring additional resources into a resource-strapped city, and I appreciate the port's willingness to do that. I am curious to know, and this is not for you, Mr. O'Brien, but this would be for, I think, Ms. Domingo or perhaps Interim Chief Wint, if he's present, with respect to identifying whether these 40 cameras are the only cameras that the city has and that are currently contemplated, or if there are thoughts that the DAC could have creep beyond the 40 cameras that are currently identified as traffic cameras.
I can speak to the traffic cameras that I know those are the only ones that we own and operate at this point in time.
And those are on the streets. These are not on the highways. Those, when I look at the map, these are just going along.
Hassan can speak to the locations.
Cameras are for cameras catch storms all the time. That's why we have the Weather Channel. So we're quite able to utilize cameras until they lose functionality and through the satellite. Mr. Hassan.
Quiet, please, in the gallery.
I'm sorry, Councilmember McElhaney, I missed the question. So
the question was the 40 cameras that are included in the staff report, which I think is page 8 of the
presentation
of the slide.
Yes.
It's the map of the city traffic cameras. The question that I had was, are these the only cameras that we own and operate, or are these the only ones that are contemplated to be a part of the DAC?
So the 40 cameras we are showing on this map, I just got the clarification. Only 15 are owned by the city. 25 are our partner agencies. Although the functionality, what I just talked earlier, are exactly the same. None of these are recording cameras. They're all traffic cameras, but only 15 out of those 40 cameras are owned by city.
So that's a clarification. That's
Yes.
really critically important. So 15 of these are owned by the city. 25 are by partnering agencies.
That is correct.
Are you at liberty to tell us the names of the partnering agencies?
Some of them, I don't have the details, but what I know that some of them are Caltrans, AC Transit, and Smart Corridors.
Okay. And so when you say that the cameras don't have recording capabilities, does this then imply that the DAC needs to be monitored 24/7 by some live personnel in order to be useful, or is there a recording system that's kept within the DAC for review?
Well, the purpose of these cameras are monitoring.
Please, right.
So the purpose of these cameras.
Hassan, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. So I want to be able to hear your response.
So what I was saying is the purpose of these cameras is the traffic monitoring, congestion management systems. The DAC has the capability to store the video, but we are not going to enable any video recording, neither in phase 1 nor in phase 2, till we have the council approval. So in case of any sort of an incident or any kind of a criminal activity or any kind of a burglary or robbery happen in the vicinity of any of these traffic cameras, ideally the first responders or the law enforcement or the detectives would like to use that camera. They would like to go back, take a look at the video. But at this time, we don't have that functionality. We don't have that capability because these cameras, they don't have the recordings.
So moving forward with this investment, the secondary investment in phase 2, would allow you to integrate the feeds, but does not provide capability for video storage, and that the only way that these video feeds would then be useful is if they're being monitored in the time of an incident.
So let me clarify. In phase 2, we don't have any video integration. So the video is already integrated as part of the phase 1 implementation. We still don't have the recording capability in the DAC for these cameras.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry, I missed the distinction between what you said was video in phase 1 versus video in phase 2.
So phase 1 was the video integration of 137 cameras of port and about 40 cameras of these, what we are showing on the map. 15 of them are city cameras. The other 25 are non-city cameras. That's already integrated as a technology in phase 1. Phase 2 does not include any video feed, does not include any video integration.
And so of the 40 cameras that you're including, you have on page 7 of the report of the PowerPoint that accompanied the report, that ShotSpotter cameras are already also included. So that would be different than the 135 they're at the point.
No, they're not.
So there is no license plate recognition, if that's what you're asking, I guess.
I guess I'm just trying to get clear about what's already operational under phase 1.
Okay.
And this phase 2 expansion of the phase 1 program, what it's actually doing. So when I look here and we talk about the intrusion detection system and ShotSpotter, what are those capabilities now? And then what do those become if you move forward with phase 2?
So phase 1 include port security cameras. It does include intrusion detection system. That is the system monitoring the intrusion of the port security systems. ShotSpotter is integrated as part of the phase 1. It's already live in our DAC system. It's not turned on. Basically, it's an alerting system. It's a notification system. So whenever there is a gunshot fired in the city, based on the location of the sensor, our first responders will get the notification, the exact location, without getting the actual audio. This capability already exists. Actually, the cops have in their cars the ShotSpotter system, the client, the software.
So that's just an audio notification? Is that what you're saying?
It's just the GIS notification.
GIS notification.
Yes, the mapping in the DAC system.
So
the shot.
Any decision made that is unenlightened and ignorant is a bad decision. It is imperative in the interest of the public's trust that we explore the full ramifications of the decision that. So what we believe is in the process of public edification and enlightenment. There are more residents and citizens outside of this room who have an interest in this particular matter that is critically important. And so we need to make sure that the public discourse and debate is respectful of those interests and that those folks have the opportunity to be enlightened by this debate. As we move forward into the questions, it is my understanding that I still have the floor. One of the speakers tonight raised an issue with respect to the maritime grant not having any reference to crime reduction or public safety in the grant. I think that came from Mr. Klein. Can you speak to the content of the grant and what level of crime or crime involvement was contemplated in the grant that was funded?
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again? What was included in the grant request?
Yes. One of the speakers tonight said that this Port Maritime grant did not have a word, quote unquote, about crime reduction or public safety. So the question that I have is what level of crime or crime suppression or reduction was identified in the grant and what was funded under the grant agreement?
It was primarily identified as a infrastructure protection program, and that included critical transportation infrastructure that goes both through the city and the port, including Amtrak, BART, Caltrans, the highways. So, you know, we share infrastructure that goes between the city and the port. So primarily focused on infrastructure that we both share.
So I have a couple of other questions, Madam Chair, but I will yield on this and then make my public comments. There are several people who have suggested, Mr. O'Brien, if you could stay, that we not move forward under the Phase 2 grant agreement. And if you can clarify for us tonight, if the council, well, there's two questions I have, and one's a procedural one for the administration, but if the city were not to move forward in the grant, what are the consequences of that decision? Are there any liquidated damages due vendors? Have there been any commitments that are outstanding? Are there any fees or monies that have already been expended that would need to be returned? Just kind of give us the scope, if you might, of what the consequences of that decision would be.
Well, there's no contract with Schneider at this time, so there would be no consequences to that for the city. We have expended or obligated money from the Port Security Grant Round 9 for vendor support that the city currently has. That's a legitimate cost for scoping of Phase 2 and other associated DAC support work. So that's a legitimate cost that would be reimbursed. We have about $650,000 left on the table right now for Grant Round 9. So if you don't go forward and approve Phase 2, then that money, as was stated earlier, it's too late to reprogram those funds. So those will be pretty much lost. Remaining is about $1 million in Grant Round 10. So there could be potential for another RFP process, although that's not probably likely, but to support the DAC through May of 2015. So there's still money on the table. We'd lose probably the PSG 9 if we didn't, Port Security Grant Round 9 money if we didn't contract with Schneider. But there's still about $1 million left that could be potentially repurposed to something else benefiting the port and the DAC project. I mean, right now it's earmarked for the DAC project. So,
President Pro Tem Kaplan had asked a little bit earlier about the cost sharing. In addition to the budgets that city staff has shared with us, are there additional costs being borne by the port that go beyond this, or this is the full budget for the DAC as we know it, which includes port consideration and port costs?
Well, Port Security Grant Round 10 had no cost share associated with it. Round 9 had a cost share that the port has assumed. The Port Security Grant Round 13, which covers the staffing costs for 2 years, is a 25% cost share. The Board of Port Commissioners... 25% coming from port coffers to support the city, or 25% from the city to support the port? 25% for the grant, which the Board of Port Commissioners has approved. Okay. That 25% being split between the city and the port And you haven't seen that proposal yet. That would be coming in April.
So the question I have for clarification to the administration is this. The issue that's before us tonight is whether or not to contract with Schneider. It is my understanding that this council has already authorized Phase 2. This is just a contract underneath the Phase 2 grant that has already been established. It is my understanding, or at least it is my belief, that we're not re-litigating tonight, nor can we because it was not noticed, whether or not to accept, to adopt, and to move forward in Phase 2. Is there anyone from the administration or from the board who can clarify that? Because I know the staff report with respect to Schneider references a prior resolution that we adopted. And so did this council already approve moving forward in Phase 2 on our prior action, and this now is just asking for spending authority under the approved Phase 2 grant?
If you don't approve the contract for all intents and purposes, then we can't get the work done in time, probably. So that's it. I don't think they'll have enough time to go out again. And so I'd like the staff to actually talk about those pieces that won't get done if this contract doesn't go, because that's where the CAD, these programs that Ms. Schaff talked about won't get integrated into the system.
But you need to rephrase the question, because you're assuming that we're going forward with everything, and if we pull it back, then it won't be the same time frame because there will be less work than the same work to be done.
Let's see if the contract.
Well, but we need to frame the question appropriately.
Ms. Brooks, wait till you're recognized, but the
Ms. Barnes,
she is part of the administration. But thank you.
The staff, whoever wants to do it, either the port or Ms. Barnes, if they have to go out again, can you do this and get this done in time for them to get the work done?
I wanted to answer first through the chair the question raised by Council Member McElhaney. Yes, staff is requesting the authority to execute a contract with Schneider to perform the Phase 2 work.
The question that I had, Ms. Barnes, was whether or not by prior action we've already authorized and accepted the Phase 2 award, and this is just an expenditure portion as a subsequent action to the authority under Phase 2.
Yes, that's correct. In November, we came forward, and that's when the City Council accepted the grant award, the $1.6 million. I believe it said up to $2 million in the resolution.
That's what I thought. Thank you
May I
for
ask
the
a
clarification.
clarifying question about that?
Yes, Ms. Schaff.
I thought that was the contract with SAIC that we then rescinded.
It was a dual action.
In July, you approved us to move forward with Phase 2, accept the $2 million, enter into an agreement with the port for Phase 2, and continue a contract with SAIC. That is correct. That was in July. But then we came back to you in November and stated that SAIC, we found, was not compliant with the nuclear-free zone. And then we asked for approval to amend that resolution and that approval to go back to the original list of vendors to identify a compliant vendor.
Right. Well, through the chair, so we approved you terminating the contract with SAIC and seeking another vendor.
Yes.
But the question was, have we committed to doing the work by some previous action? I don't recall doing that myself.
And again, Ms. Domingo, the question, the clarification is, in the July action, we authorized receipt of the money and moving forward with the Phase 2 and authorizing staff to enter into the contract. It was a multi-layered resolution, correct?
Yes, yes.
The only portion of that resolution that you found to be defective was that SAIC did not conform to the nuclear-free. When you were doing your due diligence, you found that the company that received the award was no longer eligible.
Yes.
This is the subsequent action to replace that vendor only.
Yes.
Okay, so I just think it's fair to the public to be clear about what the issues are. And this is particularly important because passions are high, and we've listened to several hours of public testimony that can be confusing for people who are trying to follow the issue. The reason why the we are wrestling with this and emotions are so high is at this particular moment, this time in American history, gross violations of people's privacy have been revealed. It is no longer in the realm of paranoia, nor is it some fantasy that we can put off on people who are deemed to be on the outskirts. The fact that the U.S. government is collecting metadata on every single phone call would have been unimaginable but for the fact that the NSA has had to come clean about that after the Snowden revelations. The tension that we feel, and it is perhaps unfortunate that we don't live in the sanctity of a bubble. I want to believe that the protection of the 75,000 direct jobs, mostly blue-collar jobs at the Port of Oakland, is something that we are singularly focused on. That our efforts here, as pure as they are, would be in our community to protect the port and to protect port workers, to protect the people of Oakland in the event of natural disaster or, God forbid, some overthrow or some threat to our communities. The challenge that we have in this tension is that we have shifted in recent years, particularly after the terrorist attacks or the criminal act. I lean towards it being a criminal act that happened on 9/11, has shifted the government's obligation to transparency and the people's right to privacy inversed. We have proceeded under the post-9/11 rules of the game to give the government the right to obscure and to privacy and making the people obligated to transparency, and I think this is a fundamental shift in our constitutional protections. We have to be concerned in this community that we're wrestling with some core issues. There is a need for the people to live in safe and secure communities. The threat to life and property in this town is very real. It's very real. One of the speakers tonight came forward with courage to talk about her own attack. In prior conversations, we've had other speakers talk about the threats to their lives. We have in this city right now people's home invasion that is barbaric, where people are being killed in their beds. Elders are being chopped up. These are not things that we have to make up or fantasize to play the fear button. These are very real. But so too is the need for people's freedom and liberty. And in this is where we find the tension and the challenge. We are asking ourselves tonight, this council has wrestled over the better part of a year, to ask ourselves what is the appropriate role in the use of technology in keeping people safe. Not only safe from the abuse of others who would commit crimes, but the usefulness in cameras to catch the crimes of the government. We have found that, and the public has demanded, the use of on-body cameras for our police department. We have said and have found that the use of private cameras, both in this community and outside this community across the country, but for the presence of cameras, the corruption of cops and other government officials would have gone unchecked and unvalidated. Cameras can be used. Cameras are useful to convict the crime of abuse against elders and children, and as a deterrent to crime in critical corridors where eyes are not readily on the street for criminals who would prey on vulnerable populations and industries. These are the things that we're wrestling with in the decision that we made last year and as we go forward looking at privacy protections. Many of the speakers who have come forward tonight are raising the appropriate question about what is the role of federal government in driving the dictates of local policy. It is true that the feds have put in front of us millions of dollars that are alluring to a cash-strapped city to figure out how do we make use of technology in a way that actually serves our community. But we all, as citizens in this country, must raise the question as to why feds are putting money into surveillance systems and not into a national jobs policy that would put people back to work. The second thing that we're asking now is about what is the best decision as we move forward under the obligations that this council has already adopted in 2013 in this grant. When the critical idea here is to protect the over 75,000 direct jobs at the port and the other 115,000 indirect jobs, most of which are blue-collar jobs. We celebrated tonight and commemorated the Dreisbach family. That is a port-related industry, and those good jobs that we talked about are protected only because the port is in operation. It's one of the last bastions where people can get jobs that don't require higher degrees in technology. So, in saying these things, I think that we all have to be mindful here that the question before us is not necessarily on whether or not we, in this action, are fostering the surveillance state alone. In this action, what is the role of this council to protect the safety of our communities and the individuals who work here, both from the abuse of the government and from the threats that are potential and real in the community? I don't know that in this brief debate that we'll get there to understand, because we know that this is a tension. I am deeply troubled,
that you may have?
deeply troubled
I
by the revelations of Snowden. I am fearful of the abuse of this technology once it's deployed. And so, for me, Mr. Gallo, since you're asking, I cannot vote for this. I abstained in the last matter to allow this to come forward to the council on the full issue. But it's to be clear that we are right now saying that we are already doing phase 2. The only question before us is whether or not to use Schneider. The staff has come forward to say that their due diligence has demonstrated that Schneider has not been in the nuclear or done nuclear business, I believe, in the past 36 months is what the briefing said. That they have not had those, they admitted to having had that type of business in the past, but not having it now. But be that as it may, the potential for abuse without an understanding of protections, not only from the local, but also from overreach by other agencies that I'm not quite clear even which extra agencies would have a right to this data.
The fellow council member, I mean, if you don't have a recommendation, and you're just, wait a minute, you know, I think I want to get an hour to speak as well, but wait. What I want to know, if you're against it, say I am against it and but, you know, allow someone else to put a recommendation that may be different.
So, Councilmember McElhaney, if you would wind it up there. Yeah, you're done. Okay, thank you. I am going to call upon the mayor now. Mayor Kwan.
I just want to make a couple of clarifications, and I want a couple of things for you to think about. So, listening tonight, I want to just be very clear. This is an incident center. It is not an ongoing monitoring center. This is what we use. The EOC we use for specific incidents, and therefore the use of the camera is not ongoing intelligence gathering. We're not doing any internet. We're not doing any phones. All we're doing is looking at the cameras. And over the years, we've asked FEMA consistently for money in different areas. So, for instance, FEMA's given us 2 fire trucks on the basis that we need to have better capacity, given the port, given our industrial areas, et cetera. The radios, that one of those entities that Ms. Brooks asked for has primarily been working on upping our radios to P25, the platform for will allow us more multi-uses, particularly in a situation where there's a disaster and we have to have a lot of lines into the area. I remember being on a port tour during one of the federal operations of Barbara Lee, and actually one of the things we talked about is like, This seemed to be a waste to do all these military actions. Couldn't we do real disaster preparation? Couldn't we do an earthquake scenario? Couldn't we do an explosion at the port, maybe a chemical spill at the port, et cetera? And it's sort of ironically, over the times, FEMA has readjusted. I hate the fact that they put FEMA in the Homeland Security because it makes all of the bigger and bigger suspicions. But the thing about the traffic cameras in particular is that anybody who's read the study on what's going to happen when there's an earthquake on the Hayward Fault is we're expecting to lose the ability to travel on about 25% of the streets in Oakland. Now, hopefully the retrofits will decrease that, but because of trees, because of old infrastructure, because of bridges, like I think they're almost finished the Lamert Bridge work, we're expecting not to be able to travel easily in the city. And so I was excited about the traffic lights, and I was actually a little disappointed there's none on Highway 13, because it would help us in a disaster more quickly to find out where we can get in, where we can get out in a major disaster. So Ms. Renee Domingo and I worked on the first earthquake preparation handbook for a school 25 years ago. We've been preparing for a disaster on the Hayward Fault most of our adult lives. And so this ability to have the ability to see where our cars are, where our fire trucks are in the middle of a disaster, and to deploy them was just another step of preparation for something it is going to happen. There's going to be an earthquake on the Hayward Fault. And we've spent a lot of our time preparing for that so that we don't lose the 15,000 lives that they predict that we'll lose in Oakland if it happens in the evening when people are at home. So it's a real thing here. As I've been looking at this, and when I go to cities, I've been looking at other stations, other fire departments and other police departments in the cities have a capability of blending the CAD, that is the architectural designs of buildings, with the cameras so that they can see if there's somebody trapped in a high rise, so that they can see if it's safe to approach a building in a shooting situation. And it's technology that other cities have. This is nothing new. Everything that we're doing is something that most other big cities have that help their firefighters and help their police officers. Now, I know there's a mistrust in America, and have a lot of it myself, and I have a very long, probably FBI folder from my days at Berkeley, as somebody said. But the March 31st deadline was set by the council. If we need more time to develop a policy, as Mr. Kolb said, we can have more time because nothing will be operational until August at this point. And we can do our best job. So, for instance, one of the questions you asked Ms. McElhaney is how can we make sure that we can have privacy in terms of the data that we gather. Well, one of the policies that I was looking at is that clearly you don't have to keep the tapes for very long. You can keep them for a very shorter period of time. It's very similar to what we did with the Muni ID card to make sure that we never had the data so that if ICE asks us for it, we don't have the data. So there are things that you can do to make this safer, to make sure that other people don't get hold of the data. And so I'd like people just to take a breath and not to act from fear either way, because there are clearly uses of this technology that will save people's lives, and that's what I'm asking people.
So Madam Mayor, what's your recommendation?
Quiet.
I didn't hear where it was. Ah, man.
Quiet in the gallery. Madam Mayor, you have the floor, and if you could.
I just want people to think about it, not to be moved by fear on either the left or the right on this.
Her recommendation is to
but maybe
adopt it.
even take some time to go and visit some of the other centers and see how other firefighters and police departments are using the technology.
So do you
Thank
support
you,
the staff's
Mr. Gallo,
recommendation?
you do not have the floor. Hold on. We have a lot of people in the queue here, and I'm not sure how many people are repetitive. Mr. Kolb, and then I'm going to call on Ms. Brooks.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to appreciate all the comments, and I want to maybe provide some clarity and some specificity to Councilmember Gallo's previous motion, I guess that was. And I want to try something here, providing language to that motion, and I'll just see if I could just read it. It's a simplified version of something else that was floating around, and I'm again open to other versions and just throwing something out here on the table. I'm suggesting this again. I believe this is consistent with what I heard earlier, but let me try this. I'm suggesting that further resolve. We're adding resolve clauses to a resolution. Further resolve that this contract for Phase 2 only include port-related and earthquake-related systems, and that any resolved clause in a previously adopted resolution, because there was one last year, that allowed any system beyond that is hereby nullified. And that further resolved that approval of this contract is contingent on inclusion in the contract of a liquidated damages provision should the contractor be unable to meet grant deadlines, and that while this resolution does not commit any operational funding for the DAC at this time, to the extent that the staff brings any requests for funding in the future, such requests shall include a fair share contribution from the Port of Oakland. So I'm asking Councilmember Gallo if that language is consistent with what you were talking about earlier, limiting it to the port with earthquake things as well. Phase 2.
Yes.
Just to clarify, okay. Let me see if I can make it simple. All right. So what you're saying in your motion is that one is we would focus on the maritime port activity as clearly designated already.
And anything related to earthquakes.
Yeah, and related to emergency and earthquakes, right? All right. And secondly, okay, so that's clear. And secondly, the item of the contractors before us, Schneider and Electric, are you including that as well?
That is already in the body of the resolution.
It's already in the body of the resolution. Okay, let me just finish up. All right. So are we also saying that we would continue with the public hearing, crafting the private policy?
That's already, yeah, absolutely.
And just to before the record, and including an oversight, establishing an oversight committee.
Absolutely.
And but until all that is done, that they would come back to this body, and if this council chose to do anything else, it would be up to this council. If we wanted to include the 30 cameras out on the street here, or do anything else, it's up to this body to make that decision. Is that what you're?
Yes, and I believe what you just described was it was in a previous resolution, which is still in force.
Just to be clear, so I'll second that motion.
Yeah.
So, could you restate it, Mr. Cobb?
Yes. Councilmember Gallo just wanted a further clarification about, even though I didn't mention the privacy policy, that's already required, and nothing said takes that away, although I'll be happy to put that in again to make sure that that's absolutely clear, that nothing, the switch cannot be flipped until the privacy policies are written and that we have approved them, meaning that we are going to write the final version of them, and they're going to be damn strong. But
what was different? What was the part about limiting the scope?
Yes, but what I was saying was that this contract, meaning the contract that we're before us tonight, for Phase 2, which is what was before us, only include port-related and earthquake-related systems, and that any resolved clause in a previously adopted resolution is hereby nullified. And then I mentioned the liquidated damages. I have language on that.
Could you be more specific about what kind of previous language would be nullified?
Yes, there was a resolution that we passed last July that allowed additional things to be put in once the privacy policies were adopted, and that go beyond what is identified in Phase 2 and goes beyond the port, like license plate readers and such. And so what I'm saying is, given the tenor of what we're hearing today, to keep it narrowly to the port, and I'm throwing the earthquake thing in there as well, that I'm essentially taking out all the things that in Phase 2 that are not port related and not earthquake related, or taking out anything that goes beyond Phase 2. So,
wait. Okay, so, all right, so that is Mr. Kolb's motion. Is there a second? Oh, okay, so Mr. Gallo has seconded it. All right. Ms. Brooks.
So I'd like to do a substitute motion because there are a couple of things that I'm concerned about. Can I say that document?
Yeah.
The one I wrote.
Oh.
There are no license plate readers in Phase 2 at all anywhere.
So I'm concerned about, if you would stop engaging, Mr. Cobb. I'm concerned about ShotSpotter being included in the previous language because if you all remember, with the approval of ShotSpotter is in residential neighborhoods. It's in residential neighborhoods, not necessarily in the port areas. And ShotSpotter is a listening device. And so we need to be mindful of that as we start to put together all of the different apparatus. What I would propose as a substitute motion is that we put this over for 2 weeks so that we can change the scope of language with respect to the contract, because what I heard here was a sense of the body that we didn't want to move forward in the citywide plan and that we wanted to narrow the scope to be a port domain awareness center. And so that if you're going to limit it to that, rather than base our actions on nullifying language that we're not clear of tonight, that we do a contract contingent upon some things happening that we aren't assured will happen. I think the prudent thing would be is to put it over, get clarity in terms of the language, and come back with the appropriate language and the removal of the city GIS. We have an opportunity right now to take out the city GIS. We have an opportunity to take out ShotSpotter. We could take out the 40 traffic cameras because I'm still not clear on where those locations are. It wasn't attached to the information
Through
memo
the chair
that's
to
been put up
Councilmember Brooks.
online.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
So the reason those things are not in front of us is because they were already done.
I know that they're
was
systems that we already have in place, so it's not merely.
They were already put into the deck. But maybe you could ask a clarifying question, because I would be interested to hear from staff, is it possible to undo those? Because my understanding is they've already been done.
We are supposed to be the policy body of this. We are supposed to be
my understanding is they were approved in 2010 before I was on the council.
I listened to you.
Okay.
We are supposed to be the policy body, and what we're telling people is that we have the ability to put things in, take them out, that everything will come back to this council. And if you say tonight that we have no ability to do that, then you're telling them we have no ability to change anything once it's in place.
I was just wondering if you can get clarification on that, because my understanding is that was approved in 2010. The work's already been done. But if you maybe you could provide clarity.
It's a system that we can put things in or take things out of. So I'd become really concerned if you're telling me it's hard and fast and we can't make any changes. So through the chair, I do want to know the answer to this.
Yeah.
Where's the staff person?
So I guess I heard the question about the ShotSpotter. So
No. Are we stuck with everything that's in there remaining in there? We have no ability as a council to take anything out?
In phase one, it's the integration done in phase one.
That's
but if
not
the council gives the direction to the staff, we can work with the with a contractor to turn this integration or this interface off. It could be done.
We're the policy body. We're the policy body. It troubles me that some of the answers that were given up here about there's no federal involvement on the Homeland Security page, and this is a Homeland Security grant, it talks about federal agencies being involved and that there being a national domain awareness process. And so I'm a little confused about some of the information that's being provided to us as we make supposedly informed decisions. And if we don't put out with clarity to the public and we don't provide the council with appropriate information with which to make decisions, it's a little troubling. So rather than rush tonight to pass something, I think it would be prudent to put this over for 2 weeks, to change the scope of work, to get the proper language that we want to nullify, because that's how we do things in a thoughtful way, not just a referencing to nullified language that we don't even know what the language says. And so I'd make a motion that we put this over for 2 weeks, that we bring it back with the change in the scope of work, that we take out those things that would impact residential neighborhoods. And I'm unclear if I don't know what the traffic cameras are that we're saying, because we have the red light cameras that are in residential neighborhoods, and I don't know if that's being considered a part of the camera apparatus. There are things that we really need to be thoughtful about that go beyond just the port related activities. Second.
So,
Madam President, can you call the question on the substitute motion?
it hasn't been seconded yet. Oh, so, okay, seconded by Ms. Kaplan. I want to ask a question about it. I do think that 2 weeks more of work could be useful, but in order for the staff to be able to do it, we need to have some clarity about what we're asking them to do, and I'm not sure that we're all on the same page yet. I actually would like to hear staff address what they think for the items that Ms. Brooks proposed taking out, if they think what the benefits are. But in particular, I'm not so worried about ShotSpotter, but it doesn't make sense to me to take out city GIS. I mean, the whole point of this thing is they're trying to map where stuff is happening. So I would not be in favor of taking that out. Well, right, but if we don't have a little better clarity now, we're just going to be back in the same exact conversation 2 weeks from now, because none of us understand what are the pros and cons of. So Ms. Brooks, could you repeat what items are you proposing be eliminated? There was the ShotSpotter.
Can I make a request for a friendly amendment before she does it? Because I totally support continuing this for 2 weeks. But instead of, I think your original motion kind of had a conclusion about what we would do. Would you consider amending it such that staff brings back information about whether or not we can remove previously installed components of Phase 1, what the impact of that would be? For example, do we have to give back money already spent if we are undoing capabilities? I think the second question I would want answered is, which of these capabilities directly serve port security? Because it would be great to get that answer from the port, because I think we will hear that things like the police and fire CAD systems are absolutely relevant to port security, but they can explain to us why.
Through the chair to Councilmember Schaaf, can I just get your motion to keep talking after midnight and a second?
So moved.
Thanks.
So to bring it, continue it for 2 weeks, but to bring back the information about the impacts on modifying or removing aspects of Phase 1, and then clarification from the port regarding all of the different components. And I will save the rest of my speech about why I could not have supported Mr. Kolb's motion. I will do
All
that
right.
in 2 weeks.
Ms. Brooks, would you consider that friendly amendment, which actually I myself would like more information from staff about the functionality of these pieces that you do think are important. Like if we take them out, what is it that we can't do? Is what I think we need to understand.
One thing I guess I can mention, Madam President, is the city GIS you mentioned. This is the so if we take out GIS, if we start taking out all these different systems, then basically we are back to the same situation where we were 3, 4, 5 years ago of looking these individual information systems. And that's the whole idea about this consolidation of information and aggregation of these different disparate systems into one. GIS is very critical because port relies on GIS, first responders.
Oh, okay.
You know, I think that in terms of the friendly amendment, I think that things that clearly touch upon the port, we should understand the functionality of them. We should be mindful of those things that touch upon the port, because a part of what this demonstrates is we just started putting in all the apparatuses we had versus those that are specifically geared towards necessarily port activity. ShotSpotter is in residential neighborhoods by and large. And so to have ShotSpotter across the city, in the flatlands of the city, isn't necessarily germane to the port. And so in looking at some of the other things, I want to understand, one, I'd like to see the map of the 40 cameras. I'd like to understand whether or not that map includes the red light cameras, because they're in residential neighborhoods. And so, as well as commercial neighborhoods. So I'm not opposed to understanding the functionality, but we also need to see the revised scope of work, and that there is an understanding that we're pulling back and making it a port domain awareness center, not a citywide center.
So, all right, so
Chair,
Ms.
can I
Brooks-
just state one other clarification?
Yes.
Very briefly, which is the other question that I felt was very important that staff didn't have the answer to tonight, is what's the cost-sharing agreement and liability-sharing agreement? And as we look to return this to its original purpose, which was a port maritime function, I think it behooves us to also understand the cost-sharing and the liability-sharing. If the motion were to pass, when it returns.
That is a conversation that clearly needs to be had by city and port officials to sort that out. So we have Councilmember Brooks' motion, seconded by Councilmember Kaplan. I think it needs to be restated. I know it's a little hard because it was complicated, but for the clerk's benefit as well as, you have it, Ms. Simmons?
You believe in me, don't you? Okay. And actually, I do believe that I have it. So that said, would you like a roll call on the subject?
No, I would love you to read it, so I know what I'm voting on.
Oh, well, aren't you tricky? So, so the motion by Councilmember Brooks, seconded by Pro Tem Kaplan, was to put over for 2 weeks this item to provide time to remove the provisions and elements that identify systems that facilitate surveillance in the neighborhoods. Generalizing versus those that would be exclusively used to deal with the areas of the port. And I believe Councilmember Schaaf asked for a friendly amendment, and I'm not entirely clear on that, but I do believe that the question was what will it take to remove the components that were incorporated in Phase 1 in terms of the systems? Is that your question?
So just my suggestion was that the report return with information regarding the impacts of removing any aspects of Phase 1, as well as information regarding port applicability of all components of Phases 1 and 2.
Okay.
Is that,
yes,
Councilmember
okay?
Brooks, is that?
To better understand the functionality of the systems, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And by that, excuse me, and by that motion, Councilmember Brooks. Cayo. Gibson
He
McElhaney.
didn't vote. Did he vote?
He said aye. Or did he? Cobb.
Abstain on that one.
Kaplan. Reed.
Abstain.
And Schaaf.
Aye.
And Kernahan.
Aye.
And I'm showing 6 ayes and 2 abstentions. And so it is put over for 2 weeks to the March 4th City Council meeting.